Gaming news today is all about backlash. First, Satya Nadella, CEO of Microsoft, got the term Microslop to trend by saying that we need to get beyond the arguments about slop versus sophistication. Second, Splitgate 2 devs are pushing back against criticism, saying that Steam charts don't measure fun. Well, they measure the player base, though. Third, the GTA 6 price is back in the headlines, and fans are worried once again about it being expensive. There's also some other developments just this morning that we will be reacting to. I've got videos about these subjects as well as articles. Arc Raiders CEO indicating the game's not about PvP, which is another I told you so for the game and what it's all about. I'm going to give you a game for your wish list that's launching very soon as well. So videos to react to, plenty to discuss, and I will use timestamps below if you're watching this on YouTube and you want to find those various sections and topics. Also, if you're watching this later, remember to hit like and subscribe. Make sure your notification bell is set to all. Some are getting switched to personalized. So let's get into this one. I'm gonna actually open up with the Microslop situation. It's no secret that AI is a very contentious subject. Some gamers hate it, some don't care. The rest are somewhere in between. And Microsoft has recently come under fire for such a heavy focus and a big spend of revenue on AI, as well as baking it into seemingly everything they make, even if you don't want it. Even reports just this morning now that a big wave of layoffs is headed for Microsoft in the first quarter of 2026, and this has probably a lot to do with how much they want to spend on AI. And Satya Nadella got the term Microslop to trend on Twitter, which is amusing, but it points to a larger concern about Microsoft and the future of all the games and studios that they own. So I want to break down what happened, what kind of the response was, and then I'll tell you what I think and why I'm concerned, because I've had my concerns about all of the gaming studios under Microsoft ownership prior to now, and that was even before the AI focus. So in case you missed it, Nadella wrote a little note about his hopes for AI going into 2026, and he said, quote, "We need to get beyond the arguments of slop versus sophistication and develop a new equilibrium." Well, given the nature of the internet, folks took little time to respond to this, and it led to the Microsoft logo being recreated to say Microslop, and the term trended on social media. Responses ranged from comical to pretty angry, and this obviously restoked the fires of those who just don't want AI in games at all. And while I get the concern, AI really isn't going anywhere, which makes Satya's remarks all the more interesting. On the one hand, yes, if the results from AI stop looking like slop, folks will likely take less issue with it. But Call of Duty, a game under Microsoft ownership, was one of the worst offenders recently, with the six-fingered zombie and then the cringeworthy title cards in Black Ops 7. It's been pretty embarrassing for such a big title to use it in such a sloppy way, which that really is the issue. Like anything in gaming, the execution is what matters. Open world games aren't the problem, it's lazy, overstuffed open world games. Live service games aren't the problem, it's bad live service games that are the problem. Same with AI. If you want folks to stop using the term AI slop, well, the solution is simple. Stop making slop. Now, this does lead to my concern for Xbox Game Studios and what Microsoft is going to expect from them. First, there's the existing problems, the contract policy that completely eviscerated 343 and Halo Infinite. They've canceled games like Perfect Dark, Everwild, Contraband, and more. There's loss of talent. Matt Ferror of ZeniMax left after his project Blackbird was canceled, which apparently internally this MMO they were working on was beloved. People really thought it had promise. Now there's new potential problems. Are they going to make developers use AI? They want projects to hit very high margins, and that's a really great way to do it. You could have more potential layoffs. Now, we're hearing from Windows Central's Jez Corden that these layoffs coming to Microsoft are not going to affect Xbox. I'm not really sure how anybody could be that confident that there will be zero Xbox layoffs, but let's hope that there aren't any, because with the AI focus, that certainly could be something that they push for. You want to get the project out the door faster? Use AI. If you're not on board, if you don't like the tools, if you can't use the tools, well, then you got to go. Now, there are potentially good things that could come from this. I mean, they could leverage AI to revive classic Xbox games. They've expressed an interest in doing it. They've expressed an interest in using AI for backwards compatibility. I mean, how cool would it be if AI could basically recreate Atari games or Coleco games, and you could play them as they once existed, but you could play them now. They could use AI for better quality control. There are implementations of it that could certainly help. All in all, Microsoft aims for software and AI that I believe is at odds with creative process of video game creation. They have not proven themselves to be good for the creative process, and I don't think that's going to change when they start trying to use AI in gaming as well. I continue to think they have an acidic effect on how Xbox game studios create games, and that's a pretty big concern. But those are just my thoughts, and now I'd love to hear your thoughts. You can leave a comment below. We can always discuss this in a live stream as well, which is what we're going to do right now. So good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. And as promised, I do have a game for your wish list and your radar. This one's actually coming out on the 20th. And let me get you a trailer for it. So we're trying to bring back some of the show open things that you guys really like, and this one's called Mio Memories in Orbit. It's got a really cool hand-drawn art style, very crisp animations, and it is a platformer Metroidvania, and this one is coming out on January the 20th. Now, there's not a lot of big games in January, but we are very close to when things are going to heat up in February and March. So be sure to wish list this one and check it out when it comes out in just 13 days. It's definitely on my wish list. We may end up checking this out in a live stream. I might not do it as a separate stream, but I could use a timestamp in a live environment. That is something you can look forward to if you are interested to see if this game is any good. So put that one on your wish list and your radar. And make sure you guys right now are hitting that like button. Little change in the day. We're back on Twitch, and we will be doing Morning Coffee No More. And Green Room will be taking place in the Discord. For the foreseeable future, there will not be members content on this channel until YouTube makes some changes to help us help you. That's the decision. Let's get to the discussion. So there's a lot going on. I've got some videos that I want to react to with you guys as well, and there are new developments within the discussion of the slop of AI, the layoffs that are coming. I mean, that just hit just this morning. I'm trying to find it. Did I put it? Here it is. Let me put it up on screen for you guys here. We've actually got an article. So AI cost increase allegedly behind Microsoft's rumored new massive round of job cuts. Hang on, let me get this the member display back, and we are back here as well with the little contest between the platforms, and we've made it a little easier. Friday night's 250, Madam is 500. We're getting back to basics, folks. So make sure and renew those memberships as well. So basically this is why these rumored massive job cuts are coming. I've not actually even had a chance to read this. So Microsoft is rumored to be about to use the layoffs axe again on the fourth consecutive January, cutting 11 to 22,000 jobs. And it says here to fund AI. So let's look here. A new rumor suggests that Microsoft is preparing to use its layoff axe once again for the fourth consecutive January, cutting between 11 to 22,000 jobs across various divisions, including Xbox, because of the rising cost of AI investments. If the figures were confirmed, it would be the biggest round yet. The rumors comes from Tip Ranks, which adds that the layoffs are expected to fall upon employees at some point in the third week of January. According to Workers Anonymous sources, even Azure Cloud team could be affected. Analyst projections had previously suggested that Microsoft may need to cut at least 10,000 employees annually just to offset increased capital depreciation costs from the data center expansion. Looking back over the past few years, the current fourth largest company in the world by market capitalization reduced its workforce by 5% in 2023, primarily as part of a resizing effort following the pandemic's mass hiring spree. That year in January, it started with 10,000 jobs lost, when the gaming teams affected were Bethesda, Coalition, and 343. So at this point, again, Jez Corden from Windows Central is saying that he has heard Xbox isn't getting touched. Like, they're not going to have any layoffs. I have a really hard time. I'm not saying he wasn't told that. What I'm saying is whoever said that, I have a really hard time believing that that's solid, because it's like, how on earth could Microsoft be staring down the barrel of laying off this many people, you know? And Furious Impulse is going to come in and give us our first membership of the day over here on Purple. Let me add it to the total. Thank you so much. 6 months with your Prime. I appreciate it. Satya isn't as bad as Bill Gates was. At least he's not taking about, well, I'm not going to repeat that. Jiminy Christmas. East says that Jez Corden is an Xbox fan cheerleader. He always lies on purpose. I don't know if he's ever lied. I think he has certainly got bad intel before, or he has made bad predictions. I don't think I've ever seen him lie. Now, if you feel you have evidence to that, feel free to provide that. I also feel like he hasn't been the biggest cheerleader of late. He has called them out about the AI thing. He's been critical about the AI thing. He has been critical about their slowness to add cloud features to xCloud. I mean, I don't know. I'm not going to go on the defense force for somebody, but I don't necessarily feel like I would describe him as a cheerleader as of late. Now, maybe in the acquisition discussions, he was one of the people that thought it was a good idea or supported it. Many people thought that. I did not, but I don't know if you could say that. I mean, I don't like to get into the whole, like, let's call somebody a name thing. I'm simply telling you what he said. He's simply reporting to you what he has heard. And if what he has heard is inaccurate, then so be it. Like, that happens. Detonator with a Prime over there on Purple, adding to the total for the week. Thank you so much, Detonator. No games are being ported to PS5. Yeah. And listen, he's not the only one that had sources at Xbox that said that. There were lots of people that had sources at Xbox that said, no, nothing is going over. And they all had bad intel. You know, let's say that I have a contact at Coca-Cola, and I come to you guys and I say, listen, there are rumors that they're going to add, you know, a blue can to the lineup of Coke. And I'm like, that's not true. And I'm like, my sources at Coke tell me that that's not true. And then it ends up coming out. That doesn't make me a liar. That simply means, my source thought that it wasn't true. There were lots of people at Xbox and Microsoft that thought, we're not doing that. We're not putting games on PlayStation. There were many people that thought that, because that was what people thought at Microsoft and Xbox. That was a change of plan from on high that many people did not have any awareness of. I've got some people to thank. Hang on one second. Cool Spoon with 7 months in a Prime, still upset that Kirby Air Riders was cheated for Game of the Year. Let me add that to the total. Rare Killer with 52 months on YouTube. Good morning, Lono and Chad. Hope you all have a good day today. Haven't been able to be around much due to my new promotion. Well, congrats on the promotion. Let me add it to the total. And we're aiming at 250 to unlock Friday night, and then 500 to have Madam show up. We're going to have Madam react to gaming news, and then we're also going to have Madam play the mascot game. The Promise Mascot Agency game. So, also, get that like count up over there on YouTube, boys. Could be lying about their sources. I think there were too many people that said Xbox games are not going to other platforms for them to be lying. I think they were quite literally just telling you what they had heard. If you think about the size of the Microsoft infrastructure and the Xbox infrastructure. Think about how big these companies are, okay? The people at the very bottom are going to find everything out very, very last, okay? And usually your sources are people closer to the bottom. That's where it gets leaky. Like, you're not sending a text message to the C-suite. I mean, some people have contacts in the C-suite. I'm not saying everybody, but like most of these guys are not like texting the C-suite to be like, hey, man, are you guys putting Xbox games on PlayStation? Like, right? Like, they don't have that level of access. So it doesn't surprise me at all if, like, way up here at the tippity top, Microsoft is like, we want to institute, what was it called? Project Shoot. Horizontal, parallel, What is it? Shoot, what was the internal project called about games going to the other platform? Latitude. Project Latitude, like, is born at the upper echelons of the company. So down here, the sources that are talking to Jez or others, you know, Tom Henderson, or, you know, Tom Warren has sources at Microsoft, you know, Jason Schreier, these guys that have contacts at the company, okay? They're not going to know about Project Latitude until it starts to trickle down through the company. Now, the quickness with which you get the information is reliant upon where your source is on that ladder. If you've got a source near the top, you're going to know faster than anybody. If your source is near the bottom, you're going to know late. So plenty of people that had contacts were told, I don't know what you're talking about. We're not putting games over there. We're not putting our first-party titles on PlayStation. And at the time, that's what they thought, and it wasn't true. That's the long and short of it. I don't think any of these guys were going out. I want you to think about something for just a second, okay? Unmuting Discord. Oh, I'm sorry. Give me 1 second. I lost my mouse. There we go. Okay. Sorry, Discord. Just track with me for a second. Let's say they were lying. Let's do a thought experiment. And they know that games are going to move. They have full awareness of Project Amethyst, okay? Let's just say that. What do they gain by lying about it? Wouldn't they gain something by breaking the story? Seriously. Think about your claim for 5 seconds and just analyze it critically. They gain more by breaking the story than lying. They don't get anything by lying. They end up looking foolish later. Do you see? So your idea that they were like, oh yeah, we know the games are coming, but we're going to lie about it so that we can look dumb later, we can look foolish later, we can look like we don't know what we're talking about later. For what purpose? Damage control. So let's test that theory. You think that they were willing to harm their reputation, their credibility, and their reliability to do damage control for something that broke like a month or two later? So they stay the tide on this quote-unquote damage that the CFO admitted publicly, by the way, at a Wells Fargo summit. The man sits down at the summit and says, this is going to be a change of strategy. This is what we're going to do. So what do people do? They contact their sources. They're like, what's going on? Are you guys going to start putting your games over in the no? Phil Spencer goes out and does an interview very smartly. He completely ignores the actual question, and he only focuses on Game Pass. He plays the public like a fiddle, as Phil has for many years. And then you're like, oh, but they were lying to do damage control. Not pressing Phil in that interview, sure, you could say that wasn't a good interview. That's a fair criticism. I myself have made that criticism. I didn't think it was a good interview. But I don't think anybody was going out on Main Street and saying, no, Xbox games aren't going to PlayStation, with full knowledge that they are. To do what exactly? Like, I don't see how they gain from that. All that did was damage them. Those screenshots are going to live forever in infamy. You know, nope, games aren't going. And that is completely, that entire idea is dead now. Xbox fans only support lying Xbox influencers and media people, though. They all lie. I just don't think that kind of inflammatory language is necessary when a lot of what was going on was a complete and utter change of strategy from a company at the top, and the people down at the bottom had no clue. So a lot of creators and people with sources were like, yeah, this isn't happening. They were incorrect. They weren't lying. There is a chasm of difference between somebody being incorrect and somebody lying. I've been told to use that word less, even though I think it's applicable a lot. So I'm not going to use that word. But in this instance, if I felt the press was lying, if I felt the press was willfully deceiving the public, homies, you know I would call that what it is. I would say that's willful dishonesty. That's a form of deception. I don't smell a whiff of that on any of that stuff when it happened. It was like a dam was starting to leak. And there were people that had bad intel. I don't know about full defense lying on their behalf, but giving Microsoft full benefit of the doubt and ignoring every other sign, abdicating their responsibility to report without bias. I think you can make those criticisms. Yes, I believe there were outlets, there were individuals who did not do due diligence. They didn't press, they didn't push, they didn't ask the right questions. Completely fair criticism. There is a big difference between saying, hey, I think you should have asked better questions. I don't think you should have let him spin this the way that he did. I think you should have pressed him. Okay, that's a fair criticism. That's different than calling a man a liar. I think there's a chasm of difference between those two things. One is, hey, I feel you mishandled that interview. The other is, you're not to be trusted. You're dishonest. And it's like, again, thought experiment. What do they have to gain? What do they have to gain? Just think about that. If they had full knowledge of Project Latitude, if they knew these games were going to PlayStation, you're missing the forest for the trees. It would have benefited them to know that and to report on that. It would have benefited them. Do you know the click rate on an article like that? Do you have any idea the notoriety, the credibility gain that you get? There's a reason people trust guys like Jason Schreier or Tom Henderson, because the credibility is there. They break stuff. Not like break stuff. They break news stories. They have reliable sources. They have a reliable track record. So, let's just say, because you guys are saying, Jez Corden or whatever, because he comes out and we're just addressing public statements. Jez says that these massive layoffs coming to Microsoft, they're not touching Xbox. And people are like, well, he's a liar, and he said games weren't going to PlayStation. Okay, as I said, he would have had more to gain by breaking the story than to, as you're saying, to lie about it. He would have had so much to gain from breaking that story. He'd been like, you know what? There was a lot of smoke here. I looked into it. And yeah, my sources are confirming there will be games that start to go to PlayStation and Nintendo. Like, that's a story, bro. That gives him a credibility. That gives him, like, oh, wow. He's willing to break this story. He's willing to talk about this. He doesn't gain anything by saying, no, it's not happening, and then come back later and being like, well, I was wrong about that. Whoops. How's WCCF Tech's credibility? Are they reliable? I couldn't tell you. They're actually not the one who broke this. This is coming from Tip Ranks. So Tip Ranks is I don't know what. Microsoft is rumored to be planning thousands of job cuts as AI spending accelerates. So what kind of a company is this? Like, what do? They report on stocks and stuff? Hang on a second. They're gonna heat on these things popping up. Let me do something here. Let's go to research tools, experts, dividends. Do they have like a... Let me just go to their homepage and see if they have an About Us page. They're the ones that are saying that this is coming. So make smarter data-driven investment decisions. So they're basically an investment, application company that's like going to give you advice. And it says Microsoft is rumored. Okay, let's just read what they're saying here. Okay. Microsoft is rumored to be planning another... okay, so hang on. They've got a separate article. Okay, hang on. Microsoft stock dipped on Wednesday alongside reports that the tech giant will cut another 9,000 jobs. Is this year? No, that's last year. Okay. Not helpful. Estimated guesses are between 11 and 22,000 roles. That would equal 5 to 10% of its workforce. Okay. The rumored cuts are expected to take place the third week of January. Reports from workers point to Azure Cloud Teams, Xbox Gaming Unit, and global sales as key areas of focus. So they're claiming that they heard from workers at the company. So far, Microsoft is not confirmed. Okay, so Tech Tips is claiming they've got contacts at Azure Cloud Teams and the Xbox Gaming Unit and global sales that are saying, yeah, there's rumored cuts coming. Lying on purpose is credibility when that's the reason Microsoft hired him. What do you mean Microsoft hired him? People in the gaming community have known Jez for over 10 years. I mean, I've known him and interacted with him for 5. I mean, is that enough? I've been in the space for 10 years. I've interacted with him for about 5 years. And I'm here to tell you, I don't think there's any evidence that he's on the payroll. I also don't think there's any evidence that he knew about Project Latitude and lied to everybody and said, nope, games aren't coming. I don't think so. Because the pattern at that point, and listen, if you're going to accuse somebody of something like that, you better have some actual evidence. If you know anything about me, I'm not with this false accusation crap, okay? I don't tolerate that. So either knock it the frick off and get the frick out of my chat or bring evidence. That's my standard. If you're going to accuse somebody of something, bring evidence or get the frick out. Take a dadgum walk. I'm sick of hearing people like you. You're a tribalist fanboy who comes in here and you use inflammatory language and you accuse people of stuff. Bring the facts and evidence or shut the frick up. That's my standard. I'm sick of people like you. I don't align with you, and I don't agree with you. I don't care who you mod for. I don't care where the frick you hang out. If you're going to come in here and accuse somebody of something, bring evidence or zip it. You got that? I hope you do, because if not, it's your last day here. I'm so tired of it. If you want to say what he said was false, sure. If you want to say he got it wrong, sure, he did. Don't start saying the man's on the payroll and is paid and bought and paid for if you don't have evidence. If you don't have evidence of that, all you're doing is spitting in the wind. You're not saying anything worth listening to. There were so many people that got that wrong. They were tons of people that reached out to their sources at Xbox, and their sources said, we're not doing that. I don't know what you're talking about. And then, months later, it happened. Do you understand what that means? Either they were all in on it and willing to lie and damage their own credibility, which I think is incredibly unlikely. Why would you lie about something that you know is coming? You know it's coming. Like, I would never do this as a parent. And some parents do this, and I think it's a stupid idea. You parent how you want. But they'll be like, no, you're not going to get a shot at the doctor today. And they're going to get a shot at the doctor today. There's no point in lying because you know it's coming. You might as well just tell them and prepare them. They're going to freak out. They're going to cry, whatever. But you might as well tell them. You don't benefit by telling people, no, it's not happening with full knowledge that it's going to happen. That doesn't make an ounce of sense. I don't appreciate the coverage of Activision Blizzard. I didn't appreciate people using their platforms and their trustworthiness and their credibility and their authority to convince people it was going to be good for them. I didn't like it. I didn't agree with it. That's not the same as claiming these people all willfully lied to the public and they knew these games were going. It doesn't make an ounce of sense. I don't know why they would do it. It doesn't make an ounce of sense why you would be willing to do that. If you know it's coming. Yo, what's good, Feed? I see you in the chat. You don't have to agree with me. There's evidence of him lying on podcasts, Facebook, when it comes to gaming info, even before he got hired. That's how he became popular in the community. Now, listen. If you, this is again where I think you make conflations, so I don't trust what you're saying. You want to talk about trustworthiness, you're not trustworthy because you're willing to accuse somebody of lying when they got something wrong. Those aren't the same thing. He walks out and says, games are not going to PlayStation. Yo, Donkey Sausage with 35 months. Thank you so much. We're a little behind on pace, boys. We're going to need a big day, all right? Listen, you've consistently come in here this morning and made it as if like, well, because he got that wrong, he was lying. You, to me, are now not trustworthy because you're willing to conflate those categories, so I don't trust you. If you're going to tell me, well, he's been on podcasts and he's lied. Well, according to you, getting something wrong is lying, so I don't trust you. I think your classification of lying is bad. I don't think you have a proper classification of it. He got something wrong. That's not lying. Those are different things. So he could have been on these podcasts, got stuff wrong. Yeah, and he's also not employed by Microsoft, which you already implied this morning, another falsehood. So if anybody's in here lying, it's you. A 5-bomb comes in from Wired Rope. Thank you so much, Wired Rope. We're one away from me owing somebody a member. Who's taking it? 75 is the next milestone. So this is why I don't have a whole lot of tolerance for guys like you. You willfully lied this morning multiple times, but you want to get self-righteous about lying. Like, huh? You said he was employed by them. No, he's not. No, he's not. No, he's in our chat. He's not. And if he gets something wrong, that's not lying either. So you're telling me, oh, he's been on podcasts and he's lied. According to your definition, he could go on a podcast, he could get something wrong, and you think that's lying. Hot shot with the 5-bomb to answer back. Boom, 79. And that secures a gifted for YouTube. And Joker bumps it and gets us to 80. Are we going to see our first 20 bomb of the week? We haven't had a 20 bomb yet this week. Could be the first one to get us to 100. Johnny Always comes in with 55 months on Purple. Thank you so much. He got hired to Microsoft's cell phone division, which turned into Windows Central. I don't make things up. He even said this. So is Windows Central a Microsoft-owned entity? Is that what you're saying? You're saying they're a Microsoft-owned entity. He gets paychecks from Microsoft. Is Windows Central owned by Microsoft? Hang on a second here. Cardoc Ren renews his Prime for 9 months. Thank you so much. No. Windows Central is not owned by Microsoft. It's an independent tech news website and YouTube channel focusing on Microsoft products. It's owned by Future PLC, the same company that owns PC Gamer and Tech Radar. So you said this morning that he was on the payroll. That's not true. Do you see? I couldn't remember the name of the company, but I knew they weren't owned by Microsoft, brother. And if you think I'm getting one guide, I'm not. I think it's incredibly important in these situations to speak clearly. It's like, did somebody get something wrong? Yes. Should we call out somebody getting something wrong? Sure. You can say that they got it wrong. Go ahead. That's fine. I've gotten stuff wrong. Go ahead. That's fine. That's not the same as saying, well, he lied. Waiting for the guy to say my takes are 100% based. That's right. It was formerly the Nokia division owned by Microsoft. He got hired there right before they closed their cell phone division. Okay. It doesn't mean he's paid by them. He's not on the payroll. If it's an independently owned, outfit now. Narwaffle with 43 months. Welcome back. Do you understand? Like, listen, I myself have thrown around the claim of people lying. Do you want to know why? Because people do it. They do. And they don't like being called on it. They don't. In this situation, what I saw with... So the discussion right now is Microslop, AI, Microsoft's AI efforts. There's rumors of layoffs. Jez Corden from Windows Central is saying there's not going to be any Xbox layoffs. The report coming out of Tip Tricks or whatever their name is, they're saying there are employees at the company that are like, no, there's layoffs coming, okay? And we're on the discussion of, but Jez is one of the people that got it wrong when games were going to come to PlayStation, and Nintendo. And the claim is that he lied. And my pushback is, no, that's not lying. That's getting it wrong. That's having bad info. there were tons of Xbox insiders and people in the know in those circles that were told, we've not heard that, that's not happening, I don't know what you're talking about. And so they all come back. I had one person reach out to me privately and said, you got that wrong, Starfield's not going to PlayStation, I'm just trying to help you. They came back later and they apologized and they said, you know what, I'm actually hearing that it is now. Do you see how that works? They had a certain level of info, that information changed. Like that's pretty much a Tuesday in this industry, is that the information can change and get updated. DK Bager comes in with a gifted member. Thank you so much. The only thing you could accuse him of is that maybe he was too much, how do I put it? I think he was a bit too much of a bias. Everybody has bias, right? And he and I even had a conversation about his interview, because I said something in a video that unsurprisingly showed up on Twitter, and he comes to me and he felt like I was calling him out, and I was like, I actually think that the interview, I blame Phil more than you, because I don't know what he allowed you to ask. I don't know if he gave you a time constraint. I don't know if he said there was stuff off limits. All I know is the real question did not get asked. It just didn't get asked, And the idea that it seems so absurd I didn't even ask about it. That's fine. My opinion is that was a bad judgment call. I can say that cordially. I'm like, I think that was a bad judgment call. Because the red hot burning topic was the CFO of Xbox just said their games are going to go to PlayStation and Nintendo. Nobody was talking about Game Pass. So you let that homie Neo bullet dodge, Phil is a master. He completely gets to avoid the question. So I'm like, yeah, I don't think that was a good judgment call. Listen, everybody makes bad judgment calls. That's being human. That's not cancel worthy. That's not well, this was a lie or this was willful deception. It was nah, I think you made a bad call. And I think we've all made bad calls. Was not a surprise. A lot of big corporations recently did layoffs. The market has drastically changed the past year, says Dallas Galley. For sure. For sure. I mean, that's the layoffs is, part of the conversation, because Microslop trended because of what Satya Nadella said. And Satya Nadella basically has made it pretty clear what his goals are. That's what I think. I think the larger discussion is what this means for Xbox Game Studios. That's what I think the larger discussion is. We just spent 30 minutes discussing whether or not people back then lied. I don't think we need to discuss that any further. I think it's been pretty soundly rejected and debunked. I don't think that that's been proven at all, that any of these people came to the public and willfully lied. I don't agree with that. Windows Central existed before Microsoft bought Nokia. Windows Central did not arise out of Nokia. So are we having more claims falsified here? I'm here to tell you, man, you're not, your batting average is starting to really look like you're the one with the bias. It seems like you're the one with the bias. Your batting average is shaky at this point. Thank you so much, Hawk, for 9 months using your Prime. I appreciate it. We're 15 away from the next milestone. I got to pay up. I owe YouTube a member. Whoever hits 100 gets one as well. Thank you so much, boys, for getting the little contest going again. It's 12-9. If we want to be on pace, we want to end today at 300. We can do it. We can do it. A lot of renewals are going to start coming in, I feel. Here comes a VIP renewal from Mr. Rygen himself. 52 months. That's a lot of months, Rygen. Thank you so much, sir. Layoffs? We're talking about layoffs? That's right. You're saying he said it on a podcast. This whole he said it on a podcast thing, homie, as someone who has live streamed for 10 years, do you know how often people misunderstand something that I say, and I say it very clearly, and they still misunderstand it? Arthur Torres with 38 months. Kaiser Soze with 47 months, and those are member pluses. Boom, boom. Add them to the total. It's tied 12-12. We also just happen to need 12 to get to 100. Thank you so much. People misunderstand stuff you say all the time. Arthur Torres doesn't just renew, he gifts one as well. Thank you so much. Do you see what I'm saying? Like, I'll say, like yesterday, what do you think people thought about me saying that Duskbloods is probably a timed exclusive? Take a wild guess. Metallica comes in with 43 months on a VIP. Go ahead. Take a wild guess. Calmly talking about FromSoft's global footprint, their notoriety, their history in the gaming space, and speculating that it's probably a timed exclusive. Just take a stab at what do you think people thought I was doing, or we had a comment on the stream somebody left. What do you think they said? Babbling Bite comes in as well with 41 months. What's this button do? Yeah, there it is. Thank you, Zinthos. Port begging. Just the height of intellectualism in this space. You're talking about a game going to another platform. You are port begging. Yes. You have the intelligence of a high school dropout. Thank you very much. Like, that's what we're dealing with. So when you tell me, oh, somebody said it on a podcast. Oh, they did? In these spaces, stuff gets twisted and misunderstood all the time. So I would need to see the clip. DK Beggar with the gifted. Lord Horg with the gifted. We got a little member train going. Boom, boom, 93. And another one comes in. It's a renewal from It's Enjoy. 31 months on a member plus. It's now 94. And YouTube takes the lead in a VIP plus from Lone Wolf. 39 months. I love this community. Thank you for all the content. You're the GOAT. Thank you so much. Let me pull you back up here. We're 5 away. A 5 bomb to secure the next milestone. Thank you so much, boys. Oh, I missed Raijin. I think I missed you over here on purple. A tier 3 for 28 months. Boom. I graduated high school. People that use terms like port beggar display the intelligence of a high school dropout. Sorry. Actually, no, I'm not sorry. I mean that heartfelt. It's such a stupid thing to say. It's such a dumb, it doesn't make sense as a word. It doesn't. Like, If you're like, yeah, I think that game's going to come to other platforms. You're port begging. Okay. I could rub paddles together, shock a dead frog, and get more intelligence out of it. Lone Wolf with the gifted. Boom. Taking us to 97. Like, come on. It doesn't, but that's what I'm talking about. In these spaces, stuff gets misconstrued and twisted all of the time. So when you're telling me somebody said something on a podcast, you give me the clip or I don't care. Another gifted from Lone Wolf, 98. You give me the clip or I don't care. If somebody's going to come in here and tell me I said something, give me the clip or I don't care. Because usually context is removed. And Johnny always drops a 5 bomb on purple and takes the milestone. We're sitting at 103. Johnny says, snite. Indeed, sir. Do you see what I'm saying? Like, that's the standard going forward now. You're going to say somebody said something on a podcast or somebody's going to tell me something I said. All right, fine. Bring the clip. I want to see the context. You know, people are allergic to context in this day and age because it makes it really hard to say, well, this guy said this. And then you go look at the context. And you're like, no, he didn't. No, he didn't say that. So bring me the clip. Lone Wolf with another one. Bumps the line to 104. And then J-Dog's going to bump it to 105. Maybe tempting a 20 bomb to 125. We'll see. J-Dog, thank you so much for using your Prime for 8 months. You the man. I was a high school dropout, raised in a rough home. I now have a master's degree and successful. So you're not a high school dropout. You've ascended beyond that. Lone Wolf with another one bumps it to 106. Microsoft definitely has a history of paying for positive coverage and got in trouble for it, but we can't point out specific instances because we don't have all the facts. Listen, I'll be the first to tell you that I firmly believe they got caught paying for coverage of the Xbox, what was it, the One, and they got in trouble. Risick with the gifted over here on YouTube gets us to 107. They got in trouble. They got caught. Okay. And ever since then, I do think they pay with access. I think that. I think you can see it. I think there are plenty of statements that have been made that prove it, and you can make of that what you will. But that's not unique to Microsoft. There are publishers that do that with their games. There are companies that do that. Access journalism is ripe, right? It's everywhere. That's not unique to one particular person or journalist or podcaster. What's the showcase on Thursday? It's called New Game Plus. It's being put on by creators like Jake Lucky and others. They got a group together, and it's no paid for spots. It's all about just promoting games. What do you think Microsoft's plan is, since they are no longer focusing on hardware or exclusive games? Do you think they are just putting all their money on everything being an Xbox? I think Microsoft is instituting the strategy that I predicted they would institute years ago. I said, Microsoft's a software company. They're going to approach gaming with a software strategy. Put it everywhere. Ship it. I don't care. We'll fix it later. That's the way they roll. That's the way they roll. I don't think they're good for creative process. I think Microsoft is bad for gaming. I think they've been bad for gaming for a long time. And everybody saw Phil Spencer, and they saw Xbox, and they saw really great showcases, and they saw Game Pass, and they forgot that Microsoft's been in the room the whole time. I think Microsoft's bad for gaming. That's been my position. I haven't changed that position. I believe there is now a pretty measurable track record of games that come out that are not ready, or in this case now we have games that are canceled, studios that are shut down, all things we said would happen after the ABK deal, even though we were given assurances that would not happen. And more layoffs potentially coming. And now the concern would be that Microslop, right? They got Microslop to trend on Twitter. They're going to start pushing for an increase of AI use in gaming. And they're going to want games to come out. They want margins. They don't want games cooking for a long, long time. I think every project right now, every project underneath their ownership is at some level in jeopardy. It's taking too long. Just cancel it, right? It's taking too long. Ship it. Are you guys using AI? Use AI. Get it out. Like, that's the concern, is that they are a very utilitarian company. They build tools. Microsoft doesn't build creative anything. They build Windows and Microsoft Office, and they make most of their money from like Azure services. They don't know what they're doing in gaming. They know how to buy property and sell it. That's what they know how to do. Now, they got studios that are good. They got property that's good. Microsoft doesn't know what they are doing in gaming. They don't. They've proven that. When you're going to close down a studio that made Hi-Fi Rush, when you're going to cancel a project that internally people are saying is good, like the one that ZeniMax Online was working on. Office, you mean Copilot 365? I'll find you, Parasito. And shake your hand. But seriously, don't you correct me like that. Freaking, it's not Microsoft Office anymore. It's Copilot. Yeah. Anyways, I think they've demonstrated. I think Microsoft's demonstrated that they're bad at gaming. You know, guys, if you haven't done so already, we're nearing an hour into the show, man. Hit that like button. Try to get us to 200 likes. Thanks so much for watching, wherever you're watching and how you're supporting. We appreciate it so much. If you guys can hit the big goal this week, you can make Madam play the Promise Mascot Agency game on Friday night. You don't want to miss that. We also make Madam react to gaming news on Friday night, which tends to be pretty hysterical. So Microsoft likes to use contractors, and part of why their games come out mid and soulless. Well, it's not. No. Hang on. You got to make sure and qualify that. Using contractors is fine. Contract workers in game development aren't the problem. There's plenty of them, and they do good work. One of them is a member of this community. He's spoken up about this before. Contract workers are not the problem. No. There are plenty of people who do contract work in gaming, and them being a contract worker is not an indictment of their work, their work ethic, or their quality. No. The issue is that if you are a contract worker underneath anything that Microsoft owns, you can only be there for 18 months because they don't want to pay them benefits. You know, all the bluster and chest pounding about pro-consumer, you know, frickin' eye roll. All the idea... The idea that for like almost 2 years, you had people running with this narrative that like a Microsoft-owned company is pro-consumer. Like, good golly. Talk about a propagandized populace. A Microsoft-owned company? Oh, sure. Yeah. Next, you're going to tell me that Google is nice and kind. All hail Google. They own YouTube. I don't want to offend the Google gods, but come on, boys. You're going to tell me that Amazon is as pure as the driven snow as well? Like, get the heck out of here. Microsoft is pro-consumer. The reason that they don't let you stay on a contract longer than 18 months is they don't want to pay for your health benefits. The biggest, like, revenue-wise, profit-wise, like what, like the biggest company in the world? Yeah, they need those dollary dues. You know, can't have somebody at the company that long. Can't be paying for their health insurance. Can't have that. That's pro-consumer after all, you know. Anyways, that's the issue. The issue is not using contract workers. You can use contract workers in gaming and get good work. A lot of companies, you bring on somebody on a contract, they're on for the duration of the project. Or maybe they bring them on at the tail end of the project. They're on for 6 months, a year, whatever. They're helping with, like, you know, quality assurance, QA, stuff like that. They don't need you there the whole time. That's one of the reasons that a lot of companies actually use contract workers on quality assurance. They don't need you until you're near the end of the project. God forbid a CEO doesn't make a 300% raise. Yeah, like it's come on. The misnomer of pro-consumer is hilarious to use in the economy that we live in to begin with. To go beyond that and to say it's true of something that Microsoft owns, it's entertaining to say the least. Yeah, so the point is, I'm confused. What's contractors got to do with the consumer? Everything. So, you don't think making it a company-wide policy that we don't want to pay for health benefits, so anybody on a contract's got to get out of here in 18 months. You don't think that has anything to do with the quality the consumer receives and pays for? You don't think like the way a company treats its employees as well as the product, that doesn't have anything to do with you? I want you to really just think about that for a second. Just think. What could that have to do with you? Like, if I don't respect the process by which the product is made, and I don't respect my employees, I treat them like cattle, so that I can get something out the door to you, would you think that I'm pro-consumer? Do you think I'm trying to bring you the best possible product I can? One of high value, you know, excellent work went into it. The people that made it were very passionate and excited. Do you think I'm being pro-consumer when I'm doing that? Like, I think that's what gets lost in the fray here all of the time. Is it's like, if pro-consumer is what benefits me, everything else doesn't matter. Yeah, do you think it benefited you that 343 was treated that way? Do you think it benefited the product? Do you think it benefited the people that bought it bought the T-shirts, the pre-orders, the stickers, the anything that was purchased about that game, or anybody that was excited about that game, do you think consumers benefited and were treated well and with respect with the way that game and that company was treated? Was it pro-consumer to show you a trailer of Perfect Dark that really wasn't real? Was it pro-consumer to show roadmaps that never happened, but it kept people satiated on a promise, so they stayed on Game Pass? Was that pro-consumer? Do you see, like, it's all part of the same ball of wax. That's Microsoft. That's how they operate. Why do you think they have a history of showcases with trailers of fake gameplay, canceled games, and roadmaps that don't come to fruition? Like, why do you think that's a pattern? Do you think that's like an accident, or do you think it's something that Microsoft pushes for? No, say something, announce something. We need something. I don't care if the game doesn't come out. I don't care if we might be canceling that game. Who the heck cares? Keep the public asleep about all this stuff. Make them think that Game Pass is going to be the best it's ever been. All these games are coming out in the next 12 months. Half of them don't. I mean, was any of that pro-consumer? Like, again, the idea that because they have an affordable subscription service, well, I mean, that's negotiable now, isn't it? That's debatable. Is it affordable? I don't know. $30 a month for Game Pass Ultimate? I mean, you could talk about if that's the best deal in town. I mean, it might not be if you're only buying 1 or 2 games a year anyway, or if you would buy 1 or 2 games a year if you canceled Game Pass, you probably would spend less money. Might be more economical. To say something explicitly that Lono is assuming implicitly, no company is pro-consumer or anti-consumer. They just want your money. That's exactly right. That's exactly right. Like, that is something that I've tried to say for the longest time. Like, when I say it's a misnomer, it's a statement that it's a word that doesn't make any sense. Pro-consumer doesn't make any sense. It's like they're not pro-consumer. You are not their priority. Profit is their priority. It always has been and it always will be. They're not a charity. Profit's their priority. Microsoft is also likely to follow NVIDIA and put an hour cap on cloud gaming due to AI server time demands. That would certainly be interesting. To push play anywhere in cloud all these years and then to start capping people. As someone who doesn't play Fortnite, it's not great. If they gave me the option to pick other games sub with, then yes, it could be worth it in the end. Like, if I could take a WoW sub. Oh, you're talking about, yeah, I mean, obviously Game Pass's value could go up subjectively for somebody if, like, they want to do, if you, like you're saying, like, include the WoW sub or something, for sure. But the idea that anything owned by them is pro-consumer has that's just been a bad joke for the last couple of years. And I think people are really starting to get a glimpse at, like, wait a minute, I don't think this company gives a frick about us. They don't care. They'll show me gameplay that's not gameplay. They'll show me a game and then cancel it. They'll have a great game and a great exclusive and then they'll shut the studio down. They don't care. That's why I have a hard time believing that these layoffs that are coming aren't going to touch Xbox. I just have a super hard time believing that. Like, I don't think Jez is saying anything. Like, I don't think he's deceiving us. I think he's being told something that I can't see come to fruition. I don't know who's saying it, but number one, I don't know how they could possibly know that. Xbox is enormous at this point. How could you possibly know that not a single company is going to get touched? Not a single one? They haven't unearthed any redundancies? They haven't found another project that might not be worth bringing to the market? That's a big company. Xbox is pretty big. I don't know how anybody could speak to that right now and be like, oh, no, yeah, no, Xbox is going to we're going to skate through this unscathed, untouched. Yeah, there's 10 to 20,000 layoffs coming, but we're not getting touched. After the disaster of Black Ops 7, you got 11 studios working on Call of Duty. They haven't found any redundancies? Can you define what you view as pro-consumer? Because for me, pro-consumer is giving the consumer choices. I don't think pro-consumer exists. I don't. I don't think pro-consumer exists. I think it's a myth. I think it's a word that people use when they say, this company convinced me they're better. That's all it means. This company's pro-consumer. What you're telling me is they've convinced you that they're better, so you give them your money. That's all pro-consumer means. Amazon lets me return stuff really easily. Is that because they're pro-consumer? Or is that because they want my money? They have convinced me that they're like the best online marketplace. They have. That's where I buy my stuff. That's where I buy my Christmas presents. I bought my friend a wooden charred bourbon glass, and it got lost, and I got my money back. And then the second one was late, and I got some of my money back. Amazon's not doing that because they like me or because they are pro-consumer. They are pro-profit. They want more of my money, and they know they run the calculations and the numbers. And they're like, if we're nice to this guy, it will increase his spending over the next 6 months. We'll get more money from him. We will extract more money from this consumer if we allow him to air his grievance and get a credit. If we allow him to return something very, very easily. We will extract more profit from him if we treat him this way. And here's the rub. If they could get more money by treating me like crap, they would. They would. If somebody said, if we treat him like garbage, we're going to make more money, we'd all be getting treated like garbage. That's what they would do. If they somehow figured out a way to, like, I don't know, psychologically manipulate us and treat us bad, and we keep coming back, they would treat us bad. Would this be fair then? Your view, competition is pro-consumer, meaning a company isn't pro-consumer, but competition is pro-consumer. Yes, he liked it. I had to get a different one. I couldn't get the one you showed me, Fuzzy. That was the one that got lost. Okay, so I think that's an excellent question, Ginger. So competition, here's why I don't like the term pro-consumer at all. Okay, because competition is, what's the word? It's emergent. It's not something that has a will. So it cannot have a posture toward the customer. Pro-consumer sounds like I'm for you, right? Like if I'm pro, I don't know, coffee. I want coffee to do well. I'm pro coffee. I'm not gonna get into politics, y'all. I'm not doing it because we're not. But you know when you hear pro, it's like someone with a will, someone with a volition, someone who supports something and wants to see it do well. Competition can't be pro-consumer because competition is just like this. And it's not even an entity. It's an emergence within the market. Like it just emerges within it. We would call that an emergent property. Zubair taught me that, and I love it. So it emerges from the market. It's like these guys are selling cheeseburgers for $3. These guys are selling cheeseburgers for $2.50. Uh-oh. Wow, we got a rivalry. We got some competition. The consumers now have choice. It could drive price down. It could drive value of the product up because, well, how are they going to make and justify their $3 burger? Well, they're going to give you free pickles, right? Like that benefits me, but that's not pro-consumer. That's just an emergence from the market. It just happens and it benefits me. Yes. The more choice I have, the better. You don't want everything under one roof. We know this. You don't want some company owning everything. We know this. So competition, yes. If you've got 3 companies competing in the console space, that's good for us because, well, they're going to work really hard to make their games good, and they're going to work really hard to make their hardware good, and they're going to work really hard to give us deals. Why? Because they want our money. They don't think about pro-consumer. Listen, if you sat on the board of one of these companies, if you got to the C-suite level and you started throwing around terms like pro-consumer, they'd be like, listen, I don't know how much dope you smoked before you came into the office, but we don't use terms like that here. What do you mean pro-consumer? We're not pro-consumer. We want that bottom line to go up. We want more profit. Spend as little as possible, make as much as possible. That's the goal. So yeah, I think pro-consumer gets thrown around a lot of times. Now, you could say that Steam allows digital refunds. And I hear people say, yeah, they're more pro-consumer than the other platforms. I reacted to a video just yesterday and the guy said that, okay? I think within that context, what he said, it's sensible. I don't think it's like inaccurate. I just still don't like the term because I don't think Steam is pro-you. They are doing that because it earns them loyalty and it earns them more money. So their return policy is not altruistic. It's not. Don't tell me that it is, right? Don't slap me and call it a handshake, okay? It's unless I ask you to. But seriously, consumer friendly is a better term. Yeah, I think consumer friendly is a better term. That's more customer leaning. Like they're leaning towards the customer. Like their posture is like, hey, we're going to meet you halfway here. And we do it because we know it benefits us. This is mutually beneficial here. This is a handshake, all right? We'll let you return your games. And that also means you're probably going to keep coming back and giving us more money. That's why they're doing it. If they ran the numbers and the return policy was hurting them, putting them into the red, homie, they would stop doing that. Any company would. If somebody came back and said, listen, we're taking an absolute bath on refunds. We're losing money. We're going to have to either lay people off, fire people, shrink something. This is bad. This is going bad for us. Well, they would stop doing it. They're doing it because it benefits them. It helps them grow. Like, look how dominant they are. That's one of the reasons. I can get behind the term consumer friendly. I would argue things like Play Anywhere are consumer friendly. This is where it gets interesting, Ginger. I believe consumer friendliness can go far enough that you break your own neck. I believe Game Pass did that. I believe Game Pass was so consumer friendly and so just pouring the value on it became harmful. Zubair's birthday is today, y'all. Okay? Zubair, tell him what you want. Okay? And we'll see if we can't buy it for you. Okay? And I don't... It can't be a new computer. Pro-consumer is also a misnomer because that's the crux of business. You can't be profitable if you don't create value for someone to purchase you and then you engage with. Most C-suites would turn their customers into Soylent Green for like $150. Not pro dark roast. Listen, if things can turn around in the world, maybe I could order some coffee. The world's not great right now, y'all. I'm not about to be ordering coffee from other regions. Are you crazy? Guys, could we get 30 more likes on the video? Could we get 200 likes? And could we get, maybe a little contest between the platforms today in celebration of Mr. Zubair himself? Is it possible to purchase path tracing for someone? Like just path tracing. That's what he wants. He wants a new football coach. Set the goal to 15 million memberships. Oh, come on. No, we don't need to make it personal, Eugene. Jiminy Christmas. Okay, in any case. Yeah, so I think you can become so customer friendly that you break your neck, okay? An example would be this, Ginger. If you open, a restaurant and you say, hey, all entrees are buy one, get one all the time. Okay? And somebody comes to you and says, listen, boss, well, we can't do that. We're never, ever going to make profit. And you're like, let's do it. We'll make it up in volume. We'll make it up in volume. Okay? Well, eventually you're shutting down, right? You're going to break your own neck. That's not sustainable, right? You can't just be giving away entrees. Basically. XCal comes in with the prime over there on purple. Thank you so much. Okay, so here's the deal. if like this Play Anywhere thing, okay? Play Anywhere is just as antithetical to the business interests of gaming companies and gaming publishers as Game Pass was. But I thought Game Pass was good and people like to be on Game Pass. Now, hang on. Listen to what I'm saying. Play Anywhere is just as antithetical to the business interests of gaming developers and publishers as Game Pass was. And the proof is in the pudding. And this pudding is an email from the FTC trial. Do you remember when Phil's like, this is a disaster situation. Go out and try and get some Game Pass deals. Okay. What did they do when they did that? They came back with projections about what it would cost to get certain games on Game Pass. Why do you think that is? Well, it's antithetical to the business interests of that company. So you got to write them a check. You got to write them a check. Yeah, we'll pay you. Come to Game Pass, we'll pay you. You'll get less sales, we'll pay you. Play Anywhere is in the same boat. It's antithetical to the business interests of developers and publishers. I want you to explain to me. You can go ahead and try and do this, Ginger. I'd like to see you do it. I want to see it. I like the back and forth. I love debates. I want you to pretend that I'm Rockstar and I got GTA 6 coming out. Compel me to agree to Play Anywhere. Yeah, you see, so if they buy the game on our device and on our platform, they don't have to buy it again. And I'm Rockstar, and I'm like, oh, yeah, no, we're not going to do that. No, we like people buying our game more than once. That's great for us. That's awesome for us. Take any big third-party publisher. Take any one of them. Some, big sports title. Yeah, you see, if they buy the game in our storefront, we want to make it to where they could play it anywhere. We want to make sure the licensure and the terms of service and the EULA, we want to make sure that's allowed. So can you bake that into your EULA and your licensing agreement with us that if they buy your game from us, well, they only have to buy it once. Why is a developer going to agree to that? Well, you're going to have to sweeten the deal, just like they did with Game Pass. And you got to ask the question, is Microsoft going to want to start writing big checks like that? I don't think they are. I think going forward, you'll see, like, let's take last year as an example if you look at Game Pass. You had games like Silk Song and Expedition 33 land on Game Pass. Huge for Game Pass subscribers. Those games were small companies, small studios that probably got significantly smaller payouts. You're going to see smaller and smaller games over there because I don't think Microsoft's going to want to write those checks anymore. They're like, why are we going to spend exorbitant amounts of money to put games on Game Pass? They lost money on Call of Duty, putting Call of Duty on Game Pass. Do you think they're going to want to spend money to put other games on Game Pass that are big and make lots of money and sell lots of copies? No, probably not. So is Microsoft going to be willing to write checks to companies like Rockstar and other really big companies who have really big pieces of property to be like, well, we only want the customer to buy it once? It's antithetical to what the other companies want to do. How many people overall do you think they sell the same game to the same person across devices? Is that a big audience? Okay, so again, you've got to sell me on what it does for me. So if you're like, well, not that many people do that. And I'm like, well, I actually think lots of people buy games multiple times, like GTA especially. GTA is the extreme example. So I'm going to the most extreme example of a game that we know people bought it more than once. I'm using that as an extreme example. Yes, it probably tapers down from there. Like, there's not as many people buying like Madden in multiple places and things like that. Does that make sense? So to me, you're the customer or the publisher. I told you, pretend that I'm the big company with the big game. Convince me to do Play Anywhere. I don't know how you could without money. You got to compensate me because if I go Play Anywhere, I'm selling less copies. What do we have here? Louis, Second Love with 8 months of memberships over there on Purple. And then my man Rainwater's coming in with 11 months as well. Thank you so much. We're at 110. They bought it more than once due to GTA Online, etc. Can you get in the Discord, Brian? You want to talk about this instead of typing about this? You guys want to hear somebody else's voice for a change? We want to start doing that. We want to start hopping on the mic. I want you to convince me. I've got a big game. It's a multi-platform game, and I know there's a percentage of people that will buy more than one copy because they play on more than one platform, and I want you to convince me to do Play Anywhere. That's what I want you to do. I'm trying to display it's a really difficult task. One sec, let me check my schedule. Okay. If he can't do it, that's fine. We could do it another time. Here's the deal, though. I'm not trying to do a gotcha with Ginger. I'm just trying to put before you guys, it's a difficult task. Microsoft would have to write a check. They'd have to write a check. They'd have to be like, okay, listen, we know Play Anywhere gives the customer the opportunity of buying the game one time. That's diminishment of sales. So why would I do Play Anywhere? You're going to have to write me a check. And the question about the check would be, you got to get on the stage, Ginger, if you're in the Discord. The question about the check would be, is Microsoft going to want to continue doing that? Now, it's my theory that they're going to start spending less in that department for Game Pass. My man Wheezy resubscribing for 24 months. Let me add that to the total. Wheezy says the data for GTA 5 shows the number is significant. I can pull it up. Too long didn't read. It was a significant enough amount that Rockstar themselves call out how much they've benefited from it financially. What's the Spark Notes version of Back on Twitch update? The issue on YouTube wasn't streaming on Purple. The issue on YouTube is members content. So we're not doing members content until they fix it. All right, I'm inviting him to speak.
All right, can you hear me?
Yeah, let me turn you up. Okay, go ahead.
Headset. Thought it was on. Okay, I think my headset's turning on.
It's okay. Once he's able, guys, I'm gonna sort of set the stage, and then we'll go from there.
All right, can you hear me?
I can. Can you hear me?
Yes. Perfect.
Okay. Well, guys, if you're unaware, this is the voice of Ginger Prime. You can look him up. Very many channels. Great guy. Great content. And so the discussion is, how do you convince a company to do Play Anywhere? So what do you think they would do? How would they pitch it?
I think essentially there's two kind of approaches. First, to your point, you pitch it by giving them a discount. We know Xbox does that with, instead of taking 30%, they might take 20, something like that. So they are competing against Steam, and that's their real competition. When Phil Spencer said years ago that his competition was Google and Amazon, those are no longer his competition. They're out of the game. And I think that's essentially kind of one part of that. The other aspect of it is that the general pitch is that if you are wanting to get your game into the hands of more people, Play Anywhere acts as kind of a sweetener to the consumer. Meaning, and this is something that's probably true for you, probably true for your kids, definitely true for this household, is that if I can sit down and play a game on my computer, on my handheld, on my console, my TV, on the cloud, that's a game that I'm going to pick over a game that does not offer that. Now, to your point earlier about GTA specifically, that is obviously, yes, the extreme case. GTA doesn't need to do crap. Microsoft would have to show up to them on their knees, with all kinds of money, because that game commands that level of attention and respect. So it's like I don't see there being any benefit to them doing that. But overall, like just in the term of as a feature that offers value, we're seeing Square Enix do this a lot more. We're seeing things like that. We're seeing a lot more companies at least try it out. And I think that essentially makes it, for me as a buyer, it's the same concept. If you put a game that has Play Anywhere on it versus a different game that doesn't have Play Anywhere on it, that Play Anywhere, the value of that actually increases the chance that I'm actually going to purchase that game. And so I have been personally purchasing many, many more Play Anywhere games over things like Game Pass subscription upgrades, etc., or other platforms. And I did see somebody ask me something in chat. I don't know if you saw that, but we can jump to that unless you have a question or we want to kind of dance around this.
No, I actually do. So I believe that GTA represents probably a spectrum. And the spectrum that I'm going to put out here, sort of my position would be, the premise is the larger the game and the larger the demand for the game, so the more popular the game is, the less likely they are going to want to do Play Anywhere, right? Would you agree with that?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Okay, so Fast forward 5 years, would it be a concern of yours then that the most popular games are going to be more prone to avoid it, so Play Anywhere becomes sort of inconsistent? Like, it's not everything in your library. The biggest games don't really do it. It starts to kind of become, do you feel that would diminish its value as time goes on because it's not your whole library and it's not the biggest games?
It would depend game by game, right? Like, just to the point where if a game did have Play Anywhere, it does have more value to me, especially like when if we literally had like an apples to apples comparison, like, hey, here's two really great samurai games coming out. One is Play Anywhere, one isn't. Well, I think I would then gravitate to the Play Anywhere, and thus whoever's publishing that game would have that added advantage over that in terms of competition. Now, is that apples to apples comparison legit? Well, we tend to see where, like, we saw Pirate Game, for a while, where a couple pirate games get announced. One of them's good, the rest of them aren't that great. So I think the scenario that I've put forward is obviously hypothetical, and in practice, you tend to have, one game that's just higher quality than another game. So I at that point, like, it would be, I want to play probably whatever the most fun game that I'm looking forward to is.
Yeah, my concern about this is I feel like it's a horse of a different color. I feel like they're once again sort of centralizing Xbox's brand around something that in the long term, the bigger companies and bigger studios, bigger games, they will become averse to this. They won't want to do it. And what happened with Game Pass, we saw those emails. I mean, they had to pay exorbitant amount of monies to these companies to put them on Game Pass. And so what happens then is Microsoft's in the room now. And I think Microsoft is going to move away from that idea of, like, we have our own property. We make tons of money on games like Candy Crush and Call of Duty and Minecraft. Why are we writing checks to these big companies to put the game in a marketplace in a way where we sell less copies of it? Because I think that's also an aspect of it. Like, they're going to start thinking more like a publisher. So that's why I look at this and I'm critical of it. I think Xbox is once again centralizing the identity of the brand around something that just doesn't seem like it's going to have longevity. Like, Game Pass ran aground. Like, they've had to raise the price of it. Ultimate moved, day and date moved to Ultimate. Like, it kind of ran out of steam because it became so expensive for them to do it. And I mean, even the report about, they lost money for putting Call of Duty on it. So that's why I'm critical of it. I'm like, I really think Microsoft should own the identity of being a really good publisher, partner with hardware companies to make hardware for them. And the Play Anywhere stuff, to me, it's like, it's just another version of Game Pass that I just don't think it's going to have longevity. I think it'll run out of steam for a lot of the things I've already pointed out, with bigger titles wanting to avoid it.
It's going to be interesting to see, because obviously, like, when we say run out of steam, you've kind of put out a 5-year plan, and you could absolutely be right. Because, like, in 5 years, we've seen industries, especially gaming, have shifted dramatically over the course of just the last 5 alone. Obviously, heavily influenced by all of us being locked in our homes for a good long while. But when it's, because I do agree with it, I think Game Pass, the price to $30, I was making the argument that that they added in value to some people, not to everybody. Meaning, I'm not interested in the Fortnite subscription, and if they added in a WoW sub or a 14 sub, even let me pick, right? Like, even if it was like, okay, we've increased the price, but we've also increased the options that you have available, because I'm not going to sub to WoW or to 14 and to Game Pass. I think overall, more and more people are subscription fatigued, etc. With Play Anywhere, though, with them actually supporting that, and we've seen that over the last couple of years, more and more games have been entering in with that tag as just by default. For example, I just downloaded the Dragon Quest VII reimagined demo, which just came out today. The full game, I think, next month. I downloaded that. Xbox Play Anywhere. It's on my Xbox. It's on my PC. It's on my handheld. It's like that in and of itself gives me the freedom that I am looking for as a player. Now, when we take the extremes out, like GTA 6, for example, which is like, I honestly think they could easily get away with charging $100+ for that game as well. Like, I don't think there are necessarily the rules kind of apply to them. But when I look at, like, Dragon Quest, I'm not going to buy that game on PC and on console and on this and on that. I'm going to just buy it one place. And the fact is that because I can buy it once and then I can play it anywhere on all of my devices, makes it something that I actually do am able to participate in it. And again, a lot of this, and this isn't news to you, but for anybody who hasn't heard my voice in a while, is like with having 6 kids and with, the family life, etc., the convenience factor is actually what allows me to play games. When people ask like, hey, how do you play so many games? It's like, I look at handheld, I look at cloud, I look at just make it easy for me to hop into a game and I'm there because I love playing games. I don't like mobile. I do not play games on my phone at all. Like, I don't know why. It's a line in the sand for me. So whenever it's easy and convenient, that is something that I go, oh, that's something I'm willing to give my money to because I'm in this weird spot in life where I've got the money I can spend on the games. I just don't have the time to play. And if you can solve the problem of time to play, then you get my money. And that's essentially where Play Anywhere for me has value. Will Microsoft, shoot themselves in the foot? Absolutely. That's a most guaranteed bet. It's like, that's the money line in Vegas because it's like, yeah, they're gonna do something. They're gonna do something really good for everybody, and we're gonna be like, that's awesome. And then they're gonna be like, you know what, F you.
Right. I actually have a question specifically about that because I know some of your some of your gaming preferences, but I need to thank the Gentle Killa. Thank you for resubbing on Purple, Sci-Fi Nerd, and the Superfly. Thank you guys so much for resubbing over there. It's now tied up. Let's see if we can't get to the next milestone. So I know you're a big proponent of cloud. Like cloud gaming's awesome. You love it, right? I'm correct in saying this.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Now I get the counter arguments people make because you're renting a computer, right? But go ahead.
Yeah. Well, and so somebody put this in chat, and I actually think this is the first time I've seen this. I'm like, okay, this is an actual concern with the big push for AI. Are you worried that data centers and bandwidth are going to get gobbled up by AI, and they're going to start to limit quality bandwidth? They're going to time limit you. Like, are you worried cloud isn't going to be a moneymaker for them as much as they see? Like, I know Azure makes the money, but I'm talking about like cloud services for the gamers. Are you worried that you'll become second class in that race and you won't be a priority, given that you were like, man, this is the future. People are going to want a cloud game, and that's going to become the more prominent way of gaming?
To be fair, I have said it's an option. It's not going to be the be-all, end-all. And if it becomes the be-all, end-all, I'm against it because I believe that more choice. Because, again, it's not for everybody, but I can see the value in terms of the cost of entry, right? Where we're seeing Switch 2s coming in at $450 and handhelds coming in at $1,000. Who knows what the next generation is going to cost? So for the person who's like, I've got great internet and I've got this TV, I want to play this game, I get that as an option, right? So that's just to clarify that. Yes, to your question, yes. We've seen that with NVIDIA GeForce now. Now, the hours in which that you're limited, I don't even get close to touching it, but that is a real concern. We've seen that with NVIDIA. We've seen that with the RAM crisis. We've seen, we're seeing that. There's benefits to AI, and I know that AI is, it's depending on the context of how it's used, there's pros and cons. I know it's benefited me at work dramatically.
Right.
But when it comes to art, then it's like, wait, how are we using it? Now,
for sure,
I do think that with Microsoft, and you don't see this in Sony, and I think that's one of the big key differences between, if we say PlayStation and Xbox, because Microsoft, to their survival, they believe AGI, they have to get there to survive. Sony is like, we're just going to make entertainment products, right? They're not burning billions and millions of dollars on AI data centers. In fact, I think Sony is going to be uniquely benefited by the investments Microsoft and all these companies are making into AI, just like I have benefited from those investments without having to fork over, a handful of money. But yes, that's a long-winded way of saying, yeah, that is a big concern. And I don't think it should be something that's written off. Like, oh, well, that's future me problems. It's something that you should always be, aware of. And I think that's an important thing to have as a part of just that zeitgeist in the back of our heads going, hey, they might pull the rug out. And then all of a sudden AI, costs people more jobs, for example.
Yeah. Would you say everything is an Xbox, playing Xbox through a tablet, a phone, a TV, and all that? Do you see that having a big conversion rate of people that don't presently have a gaming system or a gaming option? Because my position has been that's another access point for somebody who kind of already engages with their ecosystem. I don't see the everything is an Xbox, your TV's an Xbox. I don't actually see that having like very, very big ROI for them, because I don't think like a non-gamer right now will find that to be very compelling. What's sort of your opinion on that? And again, even my take. Do you think I'm right that that's going to mainly, like 90% of the people that engage with that are going to already be sort of engaging with gaming and Xbox at some level? It's not really going to have a big conversion of new people.
My experience and those who I kind of run in different circles with is coloring this answer, because when I look at my kids and I look at some of my friends who were big gamers who don't own a PlayStation or an Xbox or anything now, and them messaging me specifically going like, I'm at work, because they, like, some of them are doctors, etc. And I'm just booting up this game on this TV because they've got internet, and they're like, this is great. I finally can participate in playing this game that I'm interested in. So are they the biggest portion of the pie? Most likely not. But I do see that there is a market for fallen away gamers like us that don't have content creation as a part of the resume, right? So it's like, I'm always like, I know for me, what benefits. The other side of the equation is I also look at what my kids are, and my kids get frustrated and confused when all of a sudden it's like, why can't this TV play that game, Dad? I almost said Brian. I was like, they call me Dad.
They call you Brian. That's
they don't.
Great.
No, that's what I was like. I used that, made me laugh. But no, it's like, I'm like, yeah, that TV, I bought that back in 2000, and it's not a smart TV, but this TV does it, and this TV does it, and this TV does it. And so, in terms of it, if it becomes something, because I saw in chat, like, should Sony adopt this? I was like, if they want to. We've all seen the rumors of them having a PC storefront. It's really up to them. Again, I'm never going to be like, force these companies to do this. I was like, I think the companies are going to do it because it benefits them, right?
Sure.
That's what competition drives. But let's say Sony did bring out their PC storefront just as a form of competition against Steam, so they don't have to give Steam like a cut of their PC game sales. And then all of a sudden you got your saves carry over from your PlayStation in the cloud versus your PlayStation in the house versus your computer that now has that the game on it. If they chose to do that, and all of a sudden, I think that would actually more solidify the concept of what Play Anywhere means. It's that you're buying into an ecosystem, and that ecosystem happens to kind of span across devices. Like, one thing I would kind of point, and I'd like to hear your thoughts on it, is that as soon as, because Sony just did this, you can use the portal to not actually own a PlayStation. You can just subscribe to their PlayStation in the cloud kind of service. Well, that in a way frees you from that hardware ecosystem, and the flexibility that I'm wondering to see is that kind of in contrast over the next 5 years, like, will Xbox diminish the Play Anywhere value, or will Sony, with their push into that aspect, because cloud in my mind is that freedom aspect, that Play Anywhere aspect, will we see Sony also pick up? And based off of your earlier question with AI and gobbling up resources, is Sony uniquely positioned to not have to worry about that, and thus offer kind of a premier cloud gaming experience, and thus, for me, the gamer, a premier way of just playing the games wherever the heck I am at that moment?
The portal, I've argued, has increased in value. Like, I bought it for $200. It was remote play, and now, I mean, I've used it to cloud game, and I've been very impressed. I mean, I played Ark Raiders and was like, wow, I actually got in, killed some Ark, and extracted over cloud. Like, that seemed crazy to me. Now, I do know I could be in a neighborhood that's oversold and my internet's not great, and then it's not going to be a great experience. But for people who have really good internet, it's really, really solid. For those of you asking, the person talking, his name is Ginger Prime. I've been on his show. He's been on mine in the past. We threw him on the mic and said, hey, let's talk about what's going on in the gaming industry with respect to Play Anywhere and other topics. So there's a rumor there's a better version of the portal coming, probably like with an OLED, maybe a more robust OS, so you can install like Netflix and stuff on it.
That it makes me excited. The thing that my critique of the portal has thus far been is it is just locked into Sony's ecosystem, where I had like the Logitech G Cloud. Adore it because it allowed me to connect into the PlayStation ecosystem, Xbox ecosystem, GeForce Now, etc., all cloud-based, mind you. So it's that not a lot of local gaming. But I was like, that's all I need because, and this is whether we want to call it a point of privilege or not, but I do have really great internet, and it allows me to, like you said, play Arc Raiders. I was playing Destiny 2, and I was dominating. I'm not experiencing what I know some people have experiences, which they feel is like they're lagging, and thus it's not, Premiere.
Yeah.
I will say this, like in terms of Xbox's cloud offering, is that since the shift in price, which sucks, I'm not pro, I wasn't happy about it. I already had like a year at the $20 a month, and I was like, yeah, $20 is a value to me. $30 is not, but I already have like a year at the 20. So I was like, well, once this year is up, I'm gonna lower it down to the lowest tier. But the xCloud has improved dramatically in the since they did that, since like October, where xCloud was garbage. Like it was so frustratingly awful. Especially when I would step into GeForce Now, which had the same games, and it ran amazing. And I was like, why is GeForce Now so much better, and Xbox, who's been this big proponent of all this, not as good? But now, thankfully, I do a lot more gaming on xCloud just because it's available to me, and it's gotten much better.
I will be interested to see how they position the Portal. I just Googled, PlayStation Portal ads. So anytime they've advertised it, it's been, remote player, put the power of your PlayStation in your hands. It seems like they're trying to couch it as like an extension of you having a PlayStation. I don't know if they've pushed into the whole, you don't need it. Like when Xbox started doing that, like no console required, that was kind of a big deal. People are like, oh, wow, you're basically telling people they don't need to buy your hardware. And that was sort of a big debate point when that started happening. I'll be interested to see if PlayStation ever really makes that a prominent marketing push, because as I see it, they are very much still hardware centric, and they remind me of Apple. If you look at their commercials for their monitor and the speaker and the headphones, everything's got a look and a feel and an identity, and they want things sort of orbiting around the console. Like if you look at Project Amethyst and how Mark Cerny is talking about the future of what they're trying to do, it seems to center around that. So I don't know if they're ever really going to want to say, yeah, for $200 you can avoid our console. Like I think they'll be, from where I sit, they could prove me wrong, but I think they're going to be very cautious with that kind of a line of thinking of, we don't want people to sort of look at these objects as competing with each other or alternatives to each other. They're sort of complementary, because the Portal really does, I think, shine when you can do both, because the remote play, especially in the house, is fantastic. Those early reports showed anybody who bought a Portal, their playtime increased because, well, now dad can play in the bedroom when the kids have the TV. So
100%. And that's the same kind of thing that I think we've seen with things like Play Anywhere. For example, it increases the amount of playtime because it increases the level of access, especially in terms of life has a ton of more things competing for our time, right? One of the things that MMO players like myself, you'll see constantly popping online is like, why is all this shrinking? And it's like, well, because the things that made it novel and interesting, but 20 years ago, they're integrated into everything else now, right? Like I said, social media, for example, is a real competition for MMOs because it feeds one of the main aspects to have for that. I do want to flip the script a little bit and ask you a question in the same kind of way, because you brought up PlayStation and the Portal, and I agree. I was like, I've been on the fence about buying that because I was like, man, if it did one or two more things, I'm in. Same thing with my Switch, but Nintendo's Nintendo, and they're a whole different, ball of wax. But if, let's say, with price increases of RAM, like when we look at this next generation, PS6, for example, I've seen a lot of frustration from everyday gamers that the jump from PS4 to PS5 didn't feel as impactful for the price. And I think that's just because from a history, we've been trained in these bigger jumps, and it just is natural that, with the level of hardware and technology, it's like, yeah, the jumps is there, but it's not like what it was from PS2 to PS4, where you see just like things that just boggle the mind, right? But with PS6 being on the horizon, with the RAM crisis that people are talking about, and Steam Machine coming, like we don't even have a price on that, for example, is there a point where it is in Sony's best interest to change that marketing around the Portal, because the cost of the PS6, they know it's just not the market just isn't ready for it. Like if they came in, hypothetical, I don't think they'd do this, but let's say they couldn't sell it for less than $1,600, right? Like, is that a price point that all of a sudden you would see them go, hey, this is great, but you also could have access to it for $20 a month, or something like that.
I think if there's a world that results in a PlayStation 6 being that expensive, I think we would be in an absolute, like, sort of tectonically shifted market. Like, everything would be exorbitant if that happened. So, like, it wouldn't just be them, right? So that's tough to even speculate on, because the current reports from the leaks about the hardware was that their aim is to keep costs down. They're actually not going to have like a big raw power jump, because and this is where Mark Cerny has said, we really need to change the way we talk about this. It needs to be about image quality and not just, well, is the resolution doubled? Like, because that's just not going to happen anymore.
Right.
And I would actually argue, if you look at a game like Assassin's Creed Shadows on the Pro with global illumination and you compare it to any of the games from like the PS4 era, I think that's a huge leap, not just in image quality and resolution, but being able to get 60 frames per second. For me, that is the big leap. If people don't think that's as important, I guess I could understand that. But
no, I'm with you on 60 frames a second. Like that's one of the things I felt has been a promise that this generation specifically, it obviously is very game by game, because Assassin's Creed Shadows, so you said, is the 60, but where games all of a sudden started shifting back into 30 frames a second, it's like, wait a minute. I thought we were past that.
And I was really glad that was so soundly rejected. And for the most part, that kind of drifted out of the frame, because I remember there were people saying, are we going back to 30 frames per second games? And it's like, thankfully, that doesn't seem to be the case. Like Playtale Requiem got patched. The Xbox games that were 30, they got patched. So thankfully, that trend didn't take root. Some of that could be related to the GTA 6 delay. Like they kind of know, hey, we got to figure this frame rate thing out, because 30 is kind of a dirty word now, right, in gaming. So yeah, if the PlayStation gets that expensive, I would say everything else is probably going to be absurdly expensive too. So that's
for sure.
That's really hard to speculate on. As far as I can tell, it looks like going forward, Nintendo will be able to be that floor of, we're the handheld, we're not a high fidelity piece of equipment, we're in the 400 to 500 range. I feel like PlayStation's going to land in the 6 to 7. And then 6, 7. I swear, don't tell my daughter. Don't tell my daughter I said that. She's obnoxious with the 6, 7. So I think, PlayStation will be in the 6 to 700. And then I think Steam Machine and Project Magnus are going to be hovering around that top level from everything we've heard. That's just what it looks like to me, because it doesn't sound like Steam Machine wants to be priced with consoles, and it doesn't sound like Xbox is even targeting that, like from what Sarah Bond said in that one interview. So I feel like that's going to be the pricing structure, which I honestly think is great, because you can then go and say, what does everything offer? What am I getting for the price? Because somebody might be like, the Steam Machine's overpriced because it's not going to be that strong, but the convenience could be compelling. Like, you put this little box in your living room, and there's a lot of indie games and AA games that'll run perfectly fine on it, right? Like,
I've talked about this in terms of streaming for those of us out there who, like, if you're like, hey, I have an okay PC and I'd like to play and stream a game, the Steam Machine could be a huge element of basically acting as your second computer where the game is being processed. And then your main, so there's a lot of value in that for sure.
Yeah. So that's kind of where I think it's going to land. I do think what we're going to have is really two consoles left in the space, which will be Nintendo and PlayStation. And I think they're going to have very distinct identities. I think PlayStation's clearly going to be on the forefront of, they want the fidelity and the graphics lighting. They want all that to be really impressive. Nintendo, I don't think, is ever going to make that a part of their value offer. Which I think is great, because then we get games like Donkey Kong and Zelda, and they retain some of that identity. Like I just finished Mario Galaxy 1 with my wife last night. It was
nice.
One of our favorite games that when we started playing games together. It was one of our favorite games.
Have you played 2?
Yeah, we're about to. We did play it back in the day.
I'm so excited for y'all.
We're gonna replay 2, because I think 2 was our favorite of them, and so we're excited to jump back into it. Mario Galaxy 1 on the Switch 2 didn't quite port well. The camera got wonky at times, and the controls would get weird. Like Mario would just like run in a circle. It was like it was really weird. So hopefully they ported to a little bit better. But the thing is that game has aged so well because it just looks like Mario. Like, I think that's something that Nintendo really drives home, is that art direction, art style can give your game so much longevity. They also very clearly show, like, you can still really firmly establish that you've got games that are only playable there. Like, that really gives Nintendo that edge. I feel like those will be like your two console players. I think Microsoft's not really concerned about being a heavy player in hardware anymore. I think they just want access points. They're like, if you want to do a handheld, or you want to get the Magnus, or you want to game through your TV, we're here. Like, they're going to make the bulk of their money from publishing. And you know, Steam also, I think their play is more OS driven. I think they really want their OS to be in more places, and Steam machines, I think it's more of an angle there than it is to like compete, because I don't think they'll be able to make Steam machines at scale to really compete with like Nintendo and PlayStation. I don't think that's
and they shouldn't, because what people would end up doing is literally just buying it and turning it into kind of a server because it runs Linux. And that's kind of the real thing. That's why, like, from a branding perspective. So I got the Xbox ROG Ally. Been loving that. Like, that has been my favorite handheld. However, it is absolutely not worth the price. Like, it's like the price is absolutely absurd. That is my review. I love it. It's my favorite. No, like, I couldn't. If you're not a content creator and putting a review out on this device, like, I don't know how you could justify spending that much money on a handheld. That all being said is that I see this as it shouldn't be branded Windows. It should be Xbox OS versus Steam OS. And that's the competition that I see being where this is going. It's, in a way, critical for Microsoft to compete against Linux. Steam specifically, especially the Steam Deck, has done such good things for gaming with Linux. You know, and that's one of the things that Stadia and Google really struggled with. Like, if you think about this in reverse, Google made some really critical errors that they could have been basically doing what Steam is doing and benefiting kind of gaming with Linux. And that's why I think Microsoft sees that as a real threat. And they should, because Windows is bloated. You know, everybody knows that, especially anybody who's been, we brought up the AI, the Copilot, like all these things. Like, there are apps that are like, we're going to turn all that off because the Windows in and of itself is just getting more and more top heavy. The Xbox ROG Ally does a lot to help benefit that, but the fact is that their branding is completely wrong. I view this as a fight for them, as Xbox OS is what I call kind of their Windows full screen experience versus Steam OS, because they're going to lose so much ground to Steam if they don't have any kind of competition in that space. And so for them, it's not, and they're always been a software company. They're not Apple. Your analogy of PlayStation to Apple is, I think, spot on. Xbox kind of tried to dip its toe into it, but Apple's a hardware company who makes software. Microsoft's a software company that does hardware from time to time. You know, that's how I view these kind of how people approach these problems specifically.
On that front, do you feel like Microsoft is pushing for more of it being like, because like Sarah Bond says, we want Windows to be the #1 gaming platform. Do you think like Xbox as an OS or as an identity sort of drifts and they do simply call it Windows? Like, is that their goal, to sort of unify it as a brand? Because I think
it's a miss. Go ahead.
No, I'm curious. Do you think they're going to do that? Do you think, because you're talking about Xbox OS, I'm just curious, do you think the goal is actually for it to be more unified underneath the name Windows?
I think that's the approach that they're going to take. They're going to unify it all under Windows. I do think that's a mistake, because I think specifically when it comes to gaming, the thing that I think would be interesting is like, cool, could I build a PC and install just Xbox OS and not have to worry about all the extra like it is Windows, but from a branding and a marketing perspective, like that's what I'm looking for. I think, well, and again, that's why I specify it with Xbox OS, because it's fun to say versus the Windows 11 full screen experience. Like, come on. But this is Microsoft, right? They can't even name their consoles. Like this is a known thing. But when it comes down to it, like Xbox OS, I think is already doing good things for Windows and for gaming on Windows. It like the experience on the handheld has been really a top tier premium experience, even though it's not, I would say, ready for the market, etc. You know, because when I look at the issues that I have with it, I'm like, yeah, console player ain't going to put up with this. This is why console players like playing on console, because they don't have to deal with this crap. You know, and if they can figure out a way to bridge that, right?
Yeah.
And that's where Magnus and whatever Xbox's next console is going to be really interesting for me to watch and see all in. Because right now, I would say, based off of what they've said, yeah, I'll pick one up. I don't have a problem with it. If they come out at $2,000, then it's like, no, I already got stuff that does that.
Yeah, for sure. Let's go maybe a little bit non-industry. Let's have some fun. As this has been fun, but let's maybe make the topic a little bit more non-industry. I want to know, because we're on the hinge here between 2 years. What was your favorite, like your personal game of the year last year? And I've got some more questions too, because you're big RPG guy, right? Like you've been
game of the year last year, Final Fantasy Tactics, the remastered version, hands down. Okay, then before we move in, because I do want to know what your most anticipated game this year is, but I'm going to make the chat wait for that one. And while we wait for that one, I want to know, what did you think about the debate about Expedition 33 winning RPG over Kingdom Come Deliverance 2? I thought there was a lot of merits to people saying Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 was one of the best RPGs in like the last 10 years. Where did you land on that discussion? I haven't played Kingdom Come Deliverance 2, specifically, because my game time tends to be, I've seen myself kind of, obviously kind of focus more on playing just a handful of games and not having the ability and bandwidth to play all of them. So I have not played Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. I have played and finished Act 1 of Expedition 33. Now, my perspective on it is that from what I've experienced with Expedition 33, and I was actually excited about the game like a year before anybody was talking about it, which I was like, I have a couple of videos that I posted about it. Didn't do well until like after the game came out.
Of course.
But I was like, this is really interesting what they're doing here. I'm very impressed. Now, I'm looking forward to getting back into and finishing Expedition 33, but I'm playing it exactly like I've played every Final Fantasy game minus Final Fantasy 11 and 14, where I play I'm like, oh, this is great, and then I take like a year-long break, and then I come back, jump back in, play, either beat it or take another long break. And I don't know why I do that, but I did it with like 12 and with 10 and with 9 and 8. It's like I did it with every Final Fantasy game I've ever played, and that just seems to be kind of the habit with that. I do think, from what I've experienced, I was not surprised that Expedition 33 won across so many categories. What I hope it is it's a testament to passion being a fourth pillar of what it takes to make a game. Making a game, project management, for those of you who don't know, a little bit of an education, you need time, money, and resources. With gaming, you need those three things, and you need somebody, and that somebody can be an asshole, and sometimes that people don't like that online, where like, this guy said mean words. No, you need somebody who's like, this is what we're making, and if I need to be a jerk to make that happen, then there we go. And that's the fourth pillar, and I think that's one of the things that absolutely represents incredibly well. And the fact that Square Enix brought the team over and to bring them in to have a conversation, I think really highlights it, because I think Expedition 33, because I liked Final Fantasy 16. I think there were some real big problems with it, right? I think personally, I think the PlayStation 5 exclusivity hurt their overall sales. They lost the hype bump on PC. It eventually came to Xbox. And it's like, okay, when you look at Final Fantasy 15 in terms of sales, like, wild difference. Like, we're like 6+7 million sales difference overall for that game. That's a huge amount, a cost to them specifically. But the other side of it is that when playing it, and then I went and played Expedition 33, I was like, this is what I would love to see in a Final Fantasy game. You have Square Enix constantly saying, people don't want turn-based RPGs, and then you look at the last 5 years of the Game Awards, and maybe 5, it might be 4, some number, but it's been consistent. Metaphor, had Baldur's Gate 3, you had there's been a turn-based RPG in the category for every year, and then you have Square Enix kind of saying this one thing, and so I see a lot of talk about it online, and I think that's very true. And hopefully it means big things. I think probably, and correct me if I'm wrong, though, from what I've seen from Kingdom Come Deliverance, it's an action RPG, correct? I think essentially then that's the debate between, people who prefer action RPGs and people who prefer turn-based RPGs. That's probably where the sides of the debate are, because I like both, but that doesn't mean that every RPG gamer wants both. Everybody's kind of looking for their specific experience.
For sure. I love that you talked about passion, though, because I said almost an identical phrasing when I talked about Expedition 33. I forget which video it was. I said companies can take a lesson from this. I think some people are sort of taking the wrong lessons. They're like, oh, indie titles and AA's are embarrassing the AAA's. It's like, well, no, I think the AAA's can learn from these games, especially in the realm of trend chasing. I said, let passion back in the room. Like, you've got to let passion back in the room. And something I think big studios should start doing is say, is anybody working on something right now? Are there any of you right now that have like a pet project or an idea that you're really passionate about? Let that back in the room, because that's where the gold is. This idea of like, well, we're going to make our version of a live service game, or we're going to make our version, because what's going to happen inevitably is we're going to have a bunch of games that look like Expedition 33 clones. We've seen a lot of Hades clones, and I don't think there's anything wrong with that. But if the big companies take the wrong lessons here, they're just going to do a lot of mimicry instead of saying the principle here is you got to let passion back in the room. You've got talented people. They've been gaming for a long time. They probably have really cool ideas. That's literally what drove this game to the market. And it's one of the reasons Arc Raiders was gutsy enough to say, our game gets boring after a week or two. We need to switch it from a looter to a PvP VE extraction game, right? And it's like one of the most popular games right now. So I completely agree. That
I do wonder, and I'm curious as your thoughts to jump in, because you bring up a point that AI could help benefit that if used properly dramatically, because you could have smaller teams. So instead of, like, we're going to have just one studio, etc., you could take a studio, divide it in 10, have 10 teams kind of using AI to kind of offset, like the extra work that has to happen, come up with your proof of concept of fun, and then figure out where, like, which ones you want to pick and kind of invest in from there. And that's my hope for like AI's impact on gaming. Is I don't want it to replace the artists. I want it to empower them to say, this idea, let me show you it working in proof of concept. And then it's like, is this fun? Yes or no? Hopefully it helps them find the fun as quickly as possible. And I think gamers will could see a benefit of that. It could go completely the other way, and it just gets worse, and that's kind of where we are in that. Anyway, what are your thoughts there?
I've made not about AI, but I think what you're saying dovetails with something I've said, is that I think some of the larger companies, you're going to start seeing them say, why don't we start doing multiple projects, smaller projects, placing smaller bets, because that'll give them agility. It will give them also time to market could be quicker if the projects aren't quite as big. So you could have a studio building something at AAA quality, but it's like more of like a AA sized game in scope. So it's able to come to market quicker, but it's super polished and it looks really good. And what you're saying could certainly come in and assist with that. I'm of the same mind. I want AI to be enhancing, assisting. It never needs to be supplanting. Like, you don't want to have the calling card, the title cards we saw in Call of Duty. Like, that's kind of embarrassing when a company
that is big. So wrong, in my opinion. Like, and as somebody who completely skipped the last Call of Duty, I was like, well, that's just more fuel to that fire for sure.
Yes, and that's an instance where it didn't enhance or help. It supplanted it. Like, just like, well, yeah, just push the button and it'll spit it out. And I'm very Darwinistic when it comes to this sort of thing. I think the slop will die on the vine, and the people that implement it well, they'll be just fine. Like, nobody's really mad at Arc Raiders or boycotting. Nobody's mad or boycotting Expedition 33 because they had some like texture placeholders. Like, Larian is not going to be in hot water for longer than they have been. I think it's been completely overblown, and it's not really going to last, because the quality of the games is really what's going to matter. If they make an incredible Divinity, no one's going to say, yeah, but people were really angry back there and there were articles written about AI. It's like, well, I really do think the market's Darwinistic, like survival of the fittest. Good games will survive and thrive, and the slop will die. And I think it'll take care of itself in that realm and in that regard. So I actually think companies are going to be very strongly motivated to utilize it efficiently and well, and not in a sloppy or obvious way, because that's when you're going to be punished by the market for doing quote unquote AI slop.
what you would see in that case, for example, if that ended up becoming where the market was punishing you. And I don't think it will in the case. There's one example from just the other day that really frustrated me, and I'll talk about that in a second. But you would see that companies would jump up to whitewash, to launder that title. Yeah, we didn't use AI, but we did hire this other company. We don't know what they did. But one of the things, it's so funny because so yesterday, I think it was either yesterday or the day before, Thomas Mahler, who's the head of Moon Studios, making over us for the Wicked. That is my most anticipated game for 2026, by the way. It is incredible. If you guys have not played it, the Together update, which it's still early access, there will be a wipe for 1.0, so I get why people might want to hold off. But the multiplayer update comes out on the 22nd. It is phenomenal. Now,
can I ask one question about that game?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, because you're more plugged in on that one than I am. I tried it. I thought it was good. I know there probably is a plan to hit consoles at some point. Yes. Is there any indication of difficulty settings, or is it going to be one of those games where the difficulty is the difficulty?
They've already added them, and they're going to add in more, custom realm customizations, and they've even highlighted some of the kind of the features that they've kind of been thinking and playing around with, which is really cool. So right now they have just 3, but I think we're going to see way more options for that. And the reason it ended up being is that Thomas himself was he had his son play on his high level character, and his son was having a blast, but then he went to go and play on the low level character, and it was really hard for his 7-year-old, and he's like, well, I mean, choice. We're gonna let you pick and choose. And the game still is a challenge. That's one of the things for the multiplayer update that I'm, as a content creator, specifically excited to be able to jump in and help out people who are like, hey, I'm struggling with this boss, right? Oh yeah, obviously multiplayer makes that easier, and that's why they do add in new mechanics and things like that to the boss fight. So if you're in multiplayer, you'll see new things, from the fights to make them more challenging because you have friends. But I've noticed that it's much easier currently, and I'm hoping that we can see them scale that up to be as difficult as it was when you're playing solo, etc., which is going to be fun. Did that answer your question?
Yes. Yeah, I was actually curious because my most anticipated game this year is Sorrows, which is essentially the spiritual sequel to Returnal, and I'm an enormous Returnal fan, over 200 hours. It's my first ever platinum. I don't go for platinums, but I decided to get it in Returnal because I was so close. So that's
I'm coming up on 300 hours with no rest for the Wicked.
Woo,
so,
man.
Yeah.
And I was interested.
Not going to slow down.
I was interested in the difficulty setting question because that's a game that I could enjoy with my wife, but we absolutely cannot play a game that's going to beat the tar out of us. It just it kind of ruins the chill couch co-op vibe. That's not what we go for, because we tried Path of Exile 2 and it just didn't work. It was a little too hardcore for us, because she's actually quite good at games. I've played Arc Raiders with her. I beat Returnal with her. She's actually very good. Because sometimes you think, co-op with your wife, you're gonna stick to Mario Kart. But I looked at that game and thought, man, we could have fun with that, but I would need to be able to turn the difficulty down for us to kind of cruise and enjoy it. Would you say on the easiest setting, is it still pretty demanding?
No, it's I feel like it. For me, even solo, I was like, I don't prefer that because I like the challenge in it. But yeah, you can definitely kind of really. And then when you add multiplayer on top of that, y'all would probably just base roll.
Okay.
And that's always the concern when it comes to the Souls-like debate, right? Because it's well, if you lower the difficulty, is it really? It's again, it's at the end of the day, I'm looking forward to playing this game with my kids. And to your question about consoles, 1.0 is when they're talking about consoles. What they are internally, because Moon Studios roughly is about maybe 80, 90 people. They don't know for sure if they're going to hit every console at the exact same time. They're prioritizing PlayStation 5. Because that just makes business sense. That's that's where the volume is. You're going to get more people from there. Thankfully, they've already from their budget and their and how they're running their game and their development is if they sell 300,000 copies on the PlayStation 5, for example, they're set for the next 10 years. They're good. They're not burning money left and right. And so I think that the game's going to find a lot of success in that regards. But yes, it's coming to Switch 2, already confirmed. And so the question ends up being is that will they be able to launch it on all the platforms at the same time? I think that would give them the best hype boost in terms of sales, because coming out at the same time does drive that everybody's talking about this right now. Otherwise, it's going to be PlayStation 5, probably then Switch and Xbox. It really just kind of depends what we'll see there. But it is cross-play, cross-save, cross-progression, in that regard. So, like, if you play it on Steam and you want to go jump on PlayStation 5, then your character's your character, and you're not having to sit here and do that. But you will be buying multiple copies because they aren't doing the, Steam to PlayStation or something like that.
For sure.
One of the things, though, about the AI thing, and I like it just as a small note, because it made me frustrated and laugh at the same time, is that somebody replied to a tweet from Thomas that used an AI-generated image of him and whatnot. And he ended up making a repost talking about something else, and somebody got mad at him because how dare he repost somebody who made used an AI image. And I was like, y'all, that's a bridge too far. Like, you're gonna make the like anybody in that movement look crazy if you guys support that level of like, no, it's not his studio didn't make the art. He was just talking on Twitter and people getting mad at him because somebody else who isn't associated with him. His reply to them was like, dude, I hire and pay artists, like we have a whole team of artists and I pay them and we do our own art. Like, what are you talking about? So I was like, oh goodness gracious. It's going to be a journey this year.
I categorically think there's a difference between quality testing and purity testing, and I think that's what people are doing. It's like, if you want to quality test and say, hey, is the use of the AI, does it result in a good product, or is it cheap, is it slop, whatever, that's a quality test. The purity test of like, well, I don't want to play anything that has any whiff of AI in it. I think you're going to have a really, really hard time playing anything. Think of a small team with a small budget. They might use AI for voices because they quite literally cannot afford voice actors. They didn't fire anybody. They didn't take, food off the table for anybody. They're literally like, we can't afford it. So we're going to have to do this if we want to have any kind of voices or even something as simple as a soundtrack. And I think people are going to have a very, very hard time maintaining that purity test. Like, there's going to be almost no games for you to play in about 10 years. Everybody's going to use it to some degree. Yeah, exactly. And that's it. I'm with you 100%. The purity test is going to find, in a way, it's where it's over a long enough period of time, you realize you're the only one and you've exiled everybody else into another group. Okay. Yeah. Well, guys, this has been really fun. Is the best channel to show them Ginger Prime Gaming? Yeah, that's the main channel now. I've kind of restructured, and we were talking about this in the green room just yesterday, because it was like, I took my MMO channel because I just don't have the bandwidth to make enough content across two channels. So I made that Ginger Prime Live, so all my live streams are there, and the clips and the highlights and the shorts, etc., as well as then the Gaming Roundtable, which is the podcast channel. And the thing with the YouTube and the collab feature has been huge, because I literally can, it shows all my channels now, like, hey, are you subscribed to Live and the Gaming Roundtable? And I've seen huge crossover, more so than just mentioning it. So thank you. Yeah, man, this is great. I appreciate I'm glad I could make it. I was like, oh man, my meeting's canceled. Let me jump on in. So I'll return you back to your show, and I'll return to being just a listener viewer. Thank you, Lona, for your time, dude. Appreciate you. Yeah. Update the links in your about. You've got an old one in there. I tried to go to
probably do.
Yeah. Update those. Yeah, but guys, Ginger Prime Gaming, thanks for being here, Ginger. This was fun. So guys, check him out there, Ginger Prime Gaming on YouTube, and he creates content. I've actually done shows with him before. Like, I've gone on his show. He's come here before. I like doing that. We like to give people the opportunity to hop on the mic. We did that with Brap a while ago. So thank you, Ginger, for joining us. We have a lot of other things to discuss today as well. I've got some videos that I would like to react to with you guys. I grabbed some things that I know you guys have been enjoying the reaction content, because there's more to talk about than just Microslop, more than AI and Microsoft and all of that. So that was a really enjoyable discussion. We'll timestamp that as well, because I'm sure people will come behind later and want to know, like, oh my gosh, he had a guest on. That's cool. That was kind of an on-the-fly thing. So one of the things that is in the description is a discussion about the GTA 6 price. And I want to go to the exact clip where this came from, okay? So what happened was, there is a podcast by an outfit that I really like, and it is Insider Gaming. And they, about 51 minutes into their broadcast, they started talking about GTA price. Now, this has led to a bunch of articles, misquotes, misinterpretations, and things like that. So I wanted to do is let's let them speak for themselves. I'm gonna let Tom Henderson talk here in this section. What are they talking about with GTA 6 pricing? Because there's obviously people concerned, like, is the GTA 6 price going to be $80, $100, what have you? Generally, this is why we do reaction content in this way. I like to let the video breathe. I don't like to jump on somebody's video like the minute it hits. And then I also like to react to the content in a way that allows the context to say everything and to have its own context, right? There's a lot of content out there that doesn't do that, and that's the kind of standard that we hold. So I'm going to pull this video up here, and you can see here, and I really like Mike Straw as well. He's one of the contributors to Insider Gaming. These guys do good work, so check them out on YouTube as well as Twitter. Insider Gaming does good stuff. Tom Henderson, he's been very cordial to me and kind in DMs before about certain things if I have questions. I've only DM'd him a handful of times, but I think he's a really nice guy. So I wanted to listen to this with you guys because this is the discussion of the GTA 6 price.
Enough now that it will release this year.
They got to get people talking in the positive after the union busting investigation, so they can't delay it again now.
Yeah, but yeah, in my prediction, I'm just looking at my notes. In my predictions, I said that GTA 6 will release this year, but will cause temporary issues with internet infrastructure.
Now, notice, be very careful with someone like Tom, and this is where people make mistakes. He says my predictions. So he's not saying my sources. He's not saying I have intel. He's saying my predictions. So that's the category that we're in right now. And a lot of these outlets and, tweets that go out and misquote him or misrepresent him, it's because they get confused. He has sources, and he does run, exclusive reports where he's like, hey, according to our sources, this is what's going on. That is not what we're listening to right now. We're listening to somebody make predictions. This is based off of rumblings that he has heard and things that he knows, but it's not as if somebody came to him and said, this is absolutely coming out this year, because he's going to get into pricing predictions as well.
It'll be the least productive day in the history of Insider Gaming.
Yeah, I think I put that because of the mass amount of people that are going to be downloading this thing.
I feel like
insane.
For this, to avoid that, they have to open preloads a month prior.
Yeah.
I agree. Month.
Yeah,
they can't say, hey, preload starts 3 days before launch. Like a month.
If Silk Song can crash basically every storefront that it landed in, I don't think I've ever seen that before. Like, I couldn't get the PlayStation Store to work properly. Okay, if Silk Song has that ability, you better believe that GTA 6 has that ability. They're going to have to allow preload fairly far in advance. 2 weeks. I would say 2 weeks minimum.
Yeah, but I'm just wondering, do they need to? Is there any obligation for them to do that? Because there probably isn't, right? They're probably just doing it on the sake that they think that the infrastructure, the whole internet is going to be DDoSed or whatever. But there's no government kind of enforcement or whatever. So I think they'll just do it whenever they feel like it, and they'll just sit back and watch the shit unfold as it happens.
So obviously, sorry about that. We do run we do run a safe for work broadcast, but when we react to content, there could be swear words in there. So just be put on notice about that if you need to put in headphones or whatever, or turn the volume down. I know some of you guys listen in spaces where there might be coworkers or children, so that one was pretty quick and off the cuff. But I usually try to give you guys fair warning so you can adjust how you're listening. I like to respect that trust that you have. Really quickly, if you guys haven't hit the like button, go ahead and hit the like button. Try to get us to 300 likes and try to help us with the goal. We are working on a goal of 250 now, where that unlocks Friday night. We've made it a little bit easier, and both Purple and YouTube can compete. Let's keep listening because he's going to get into some of his pricing predictions.
You think the price, sticking with GTA, let's give this out there. Again, these are predictions, not reports. These are our opinions, which we are.
I love that Mike knows what's going to happen, and even with the disclaimer, it still happened anyway.
Allowed to have, though some on social media would think we can't. I think $80.
Okay, right now, chat, everybody weigh in. Take a second, come out of lurk. I know some of you guys are lurking. Come out of lurk. Where do you see this landing? Give me a price point for GTA 6. He's saying 80. Some people are saying it could be up as 170. What say you, Chad? Everybody weigh in.
Yeah, I think 80, but they're going to push 100 with something.
They will have a $100 version. They will have a $130 version, but I think the base game will be 80.
Yeah.
There'll be a $300 collector's edition. We know that. They're going to do something.
Grant can't wait to buy that one, can you?
I've never bought anything. No, I've never bought anything special for GTA. That's one of the games that I've never really invested in beyond standard editions. Like, I know that GTA 5 had the collectors, and it come with all kinds of, like, I can't even remember what was in it, and I sold it. That's how long ago it was.
A lot of you are saying 80, so it seems like a lot of people are agreeing with Mike Straw about the $80 price point. Some of you are putting 90, some of you are putting 100. I know before we did this, Wheezy said, I'll continue to uphold and believe, like I have for 3 years, that GTA 6 has a very real and likely than not chance to be priced at $100. The reason that I have maintained it will not be $100. And guys, double check the light count. It didn't move. Make sure YouTube's not glitching out. We're still at 250. So go ahead and make sure it's saving your thumbs up. You all just typed what you thought the price would be. Take a quick second, minimize chat, and make sure you've hit thumbs up. It does help out the video. Yeah, I don't think it'll be 100 because I think they want to sell a $100 deluxe version. If you guys remember, we went to the PlayStation storefront once. We were looking at like how games were selling, and like both Borderlands 4 and Assassin's Creed Shadows and Ghosts of Yotei, like the deluxe editions always are higher and selling more than the base. So you're probably in a really good position as Rockstar and GTA to say the base version's 80, the deluxe edition's 100, and the deluxe edition will sell more copies anyway. Like, I think you're probably set up to make more money and to get more sales that way. Like, you price it at 100, and all everybody's going to talk about is the fact that you're the first $100 game on the market. Now, Rockstar and Take-Two could wear that as a badge of honor, but I have a pretty strong conviction that would hurt. It would not be good for public perception, the optics, the share value. I don't know, the shareholders might love it, but that's just been my opinion for a while, that you price it at 80 and the deluxe is at 100, and they're going to sell more copies of the deluxe anyway. So,
but yeah, I've never bothered. I think when GTA 5 come out on the 360, I had like the one step up that came with like a steel book or something. You know?
There was the one collector's edition that came with the Los Santos hat.
Yeah, that was it. That was like
a steel, like a picture, a map, like a blueprint looking map, a steel book.
Rockstar Games' collector's editions are not really that good, are they? Like Red Dead Redemption 2 was kind of naff, like it was a chest or whatever.
It's the fantasy games that really do the best editions. Yeah. Like you get like
that's true. That's true.
Like I have up here, I still have my I have this one here, right? It's a little bit tarnished now, a little bit busted. But I have this one here from The Witcher 3. So I've had this since the game came out, so over 10 years.
That's beautiful.
It's like some hand-painted polyresin statue of Geralt fighting a griffin. And the edition it came in was literally the most beautiful collector's edition I've ever bought for a game.
I love how he just made it sound so good. You know, it's some hand-painted polyresin. That just sounded good. I will say that Doom Guy with Doom the Dark Ages is one of my favorites that I've got. It's fantastic. I mean, it is just... It's awesome. I think it might be my current favorite.
Absolute stunning thing. I've still got most of it. They gave you like this cloth map. You got a witch's amulet. You got decks of cards from Gwent. You got an art book. You got like it was ridiculous. And that to me is like worthy of a collector's edition. But when they just like you get like digital ones or whatever, where you get like digital art books and digital soundtracks and digital. I'm like, what am I paying extra for there? I want something I can actually hold in my hands, you know? Like, did you ever see the Titanfall one? My God, man. The Titanfall one came in a box like this big.
Yeah, I remember that.
Massive statue that had like LEDs all over it. And it was like 300.
I remember I worked at a website at a different site, and I remember getting in an argument because they sent a collector's edition to the outlet to review. And I was a managing editor of the site, but I had a co-managing editor because they wanted two of us. And we had a competition of who would get the collector's edition, and I lost. I was so butthurt about it. Like, I was miserable because he didn't even like the game.
Oh man, insult to injury.
and it bothered me. He didn't even like the damn game. GTA 6 Collector's Edition.
Wait, is he wearing? Is Mike Straw wearing an Alkaline Trio T-shirt? Oh my gosh, dude! That's old school right there. I think they're still. Didn't Alkaline Trio recently release something? I feel like they did.
Yes, it should.
I'm enforcing like company-wide day off when that game comes out. I think because. Yeah, just the one.
Well, yeah,
like,
because on day 2 you got to start getting guides up and stuff.
Yeah, exactly.
Hey, that's not my department, bro.
Nope.
Yeah.
Get ready, Andy.
Thank you so much. It's me, Broke Boy, for adding to the total and renewing your membership. We're now at 119, guys. Whoever hits 125, whether it's Purple or YouTube, you guys get the gifted member.
Get ready, Andy.
But yeah,
no time off from November to December. There's no holiday break next year.
Oh man. But yeah, like I was just gonna say, because I've got this in my notes as well. GTA 6, $80. $100 version, probably with like
deluxe
whatever Rockstar coins, whatever they're called. What are they called?
Shark
points. Yeah.
So that's pretty much it. We don't need to keep watching. If you guys want to watch the entire thing, the link will be provided below in the description if you're watching this later. And as I've said for a long time, follow Insider Gaming on Twitter, sub to their YouTube channel. I think these guys do good work. They're independent. They've made corrections that, to headlines and articles that might have had, mistakes and things in it. And Cardoc Ren comes in and secures the win for Twitch. That's the first 10 bomb of the week. 129. Thank you so much. I owe a member to Purple. Thank you, guys. We are back on Purple. And for now, until YouTube makes a change to help me, we will no longer be doing members-only content on YouTube, but Green Room will happen in the Discord. If you want more explanation on that, be in the Green Room today, okay, at the end of the day. And there's the gifted member that I owe, Purple. Thank you guys so much. And thank you for moving the likes along over there as well. Get us to 300 likes. That will really, really help us. I greatly appreciate it. I wanted you guys to have the opportunity to hear it straight from Tom Henderson's mouth. Like, listen, he says it's in his notes. That was a prediction. He was not saying he has sources. He was not saying that's the price. I actually think his prediction is pretty spot on. I think $80 for the base GTA 6 price, and then there will be some kind of a $100 deluxe edition. I could even see the $100 deluxe edition being like early access. I think Wheezy put that in the Purple. Yes, $100. They'll give you 3 days of early access. You'll get, a set of car keys, or I don't know, some of the main characters like Lucia's bathwater or something. But they're going to have some reason to buy that early access for the $100, or the digital deluxe version. I'm sorry, for $100. And early access could be one of those things that they do. So we've got more stories, though, okay? GTA was not the only story, all right? And neither was Microslop. And I've got another video we need to react to about this. And it pertains to Splitgate. I don't know if you guys are aware.
It's already been...
sorry about that. Splitgate is back. Kind of. And the ever handsome, ever swole Yang Yeah did a video about this, and I wanted to react to it. Let me make sure this works within the parameters of our standards. Yeah, it's a 4-day-old video. I like to react to content that's already been on the platform for at least 24 hours. That's kind of my minimum. So 24 hours. And I like Yang. I think he does good work. And I've even said that I think he's a good voice actor. I know people were critical of one of the things he did. I think he's a good voice actor. He has a whole montage. I'm like, he's a talented guy. He also beefed up, and that's always good to see guys, taking care of their health, and getting in the gym. So good for him. Yeah, Purple is currently winning. It's 37-28, and it is Zubair's birthday, guys. Zubair said he wanted YouTube to win today, so you guys are really letting him down. So I know it'll be very, very emotional for him if we can't get YouTube to win today. And a single gift that comes in from Siege Master over there on YouTube. Now that's a heck of a setup. We haven't seen a 20 bomb yet, and that would get us to 150. I would owe you another member. Thank you so much, Siege Master, for setting that up. We'll see if anybody takes the bait. So this is a video from Yang Yeah that we're going to be reacting to and discussing, and it's about the Splitgate 2 relaunch. and how it ain't going so hot, which is obviously a concern. They certainly didn't have a great announcement, and everything that happened after obviously also wasn't so hot either. And a 10 bomb comes in from Broken Earth. He wants to tag team it with somebody. Thank you so much, Broken Earth. But you just set it up for a steal. We'll see if Purple decides to steal. And a single comes in from Rissick to get us to 141. You guys want to end the day at 300 to be on pace. 250 unlocks, right? And Siege Master tag teams and gets us there. That's an Agent of Chaos. 151. I now owe YouTube a member. Thank you, boys, so much for that. That is so kind. If you guys just got to get a member, you can take part in the Friday night stream. If you guys unlock the Friday night stream at 250, you can get the 500. And then Madam joins me and she reacts to gaming news and you can make her play a funny game. Well, that is something you can take part in if you're a member. So make sure your membership's active. And there's increased permissions in Discord and other things you can take advantage of if you decide to upgrade. So let me gift one back to the community right now. Thank you, boys, so much for doing that. Okay, so and a $5 super chat says, happy birthday, Fresh Prince of Zubair. Thank you so much, Bespoke, ! For the super chat. And I agree with you, Hadigan. Good vibes today, man. If you're enjoying today's stream, you're enjoying the vibes, make sure you hit that like button. We are trying to make the streams longer. With the absence of members content, you should be getting a longer live stream from me, and you should be getting more reactions. I know you guys have said that you really like reactions. Look for videos like the one that I reacted yesterday. If you like to see me disagree with people, if you like to see me have a debate, I disagreed with that GameSpot video. That'll be uploaded to the channel if you missed it, so you'll be able to see that. If you missed it, it'll be uploaded eventually. But right now, I want to hear from Yong about the situation with Splitgate and their attempt to come back. And again, there will be a link provided below in the description. If you would like to support the original video, I encourage you guys to do that. Yong's got a very, very steady channel as well. He's constantly doing uploads. And let's take a listen here.
Man, it's already been another year. It's crazy how fast time is flying. But I hope you all enjoyed holidays and New Year with family and friends, or just had a relaxing time at least. And yeah, first video of the year. And today we're going to talk about a live service going by the name Splitgate, which I don't think is enjoying a particularly great New Year. So Splitgate, for those who don't know, is essentially a first-person shooter with portals. The first game,
I'm going to get out of the way. Hang on. He's a man of culture and a man of taste. He likes to put the camera down in the right-hand corner. Let me get out of the way there, okay? And thank you, Donkey Sausage, for the 48-month renewal. The man has bigger shelves than Lono, just saying. Yeah, his arms are also bigger than mine as well. He's got a lot going for him,
Once Upon a Time was really well received overall. Recently, it's been seeing a couple mixed reviews, but this is a game that kind of died off because the developers decided that they want to make a sequel and focus on that. Now, that sequel, Once Upon a Time, was known as Splitgate 2, but things went awry on that front, and they actually decided to unrelease the game and then re-release it as Splitgate Arena Reloaded. And unfortunately, that's not been going particularly well. Now, in terms of critical reception,
if you guys remember what happened, I don't know if he's going to do a retread here, but basically the announcement was cringe. The hat was cringe. He wasn't going to apologize, and then he did apologize. It was a bit of a wild ride. We're not really sure what happened, but yeah. We certainly covered it, and I certainly felt like something weird was going on, and then they came back and they were like, yeah, it's a battle royale now. Yo, what's good, Pugs? Thank you so much for renewing as well over there on Purple. I appreciate it. And make sure as you guys are pouring in, make sure you guys are hitting that like button. We're reacting to a Young Yeah video about the Splitgate 2 situation.
Of the re-release, we're seeing that recent reviews are sitting at mostly positive, with a lot of people actually liking a lot of the changes that were made in response to complaints surrounding Splitgate 2. But this is very much a case of far too little too late. So you can see right here, Splitgate 2 releasing for the first time.
Wow.
And the all-time peak concurrent player numbers sat at, a little less than 26,000 players.
Now, they've responded to this observation, which I think this is a fair observation to make. If you're looking at a live service game and you want to play against other players, listen, man, you've got to have people. You got to have people to play against. I remember when Concord's player base was doing so poorly and I told people that game was going to flop, I had a guy say, I think it was on Twitter, he says, I don't care about player base numbers. And I'm like, but you should if you're having a good time. Do you want to be able to matchmake against people? Like, do you want people to be in games for you to shoot at? You're gonna need bodies. You're gonna need people. And so to not even crack 100,000 is a worrying thing, okay? There's a minimum floor. There's like a minimum player engagement floor in games like this. If you don't have enough people playing, it's not viable, okay? It's cooked. It's dead. Like, there's no nice way to say it, all right? And so, and sure, it doesn't measure fun. I think it was essentially what they said, like, Steam charts don't measure fun. Well, no, but it measures interest. And interest is, sadly, it's linked to fun. It's not very fun to play a game like this if you got nobody to match against. So this is certainly not a very, very good sign for the game.
And that very quickly dipped into, the 4 digits, then into the 3 digits. And this is a game that ultimately never recovered. And the kicker is that at launch, Splitgate 2 actually did significantly worse than Splitgate 1 did. You can see right here that when Splitgate 1 fully launched, it launched with an all-time peak concurrent player number on Steam of, almost 68,000 players. Whereas right here with Splitgate 2, or, Splitgate Arena Reloaded, just, a little less than 26,000 players. That's quite the stark difference. And so with this re-release of Splitgate 2 in the form of Splitgate Arena Reloaded, the hope was that it would win back the player base, that all of the fixes and overhauls in response to community feedback would allow this game to thrive, and it would allow for essentially a major comeback. But that is not at all what is going on.
And listen, let's ignore the debacle. Let's ignore what happened with the hat and everything. I said from the beginning that I didn't think a game like this was long for this world. I don't think arena-style anything has staying power. It just doesn't. And I think they completely misdiagnosed their problem when they first launched Splitgate. Like, they basically said, people walked away rather quickly. And their answer was, well, we're going to have events and battle passes and updates and things like that. And I'm like, that's basically what every live service game does. I don't think arena-style live service is going to be able to keep people. It's a meat grinder. It's super repetitive. I've talked about this kind of like if you picture like a heartbeat monitor, okay? The degree with which you repeat something, the closer those things are together, the faster you become bored or burned out. That is the problem with arena-style games versus a game like Arc Raiders or a Battle Royale, where it's different every time. It's dynamic. It's emergent. It's never really the same. Anything can kind of happen. Arena shooters become very rote and rehearsed and very repetitious. So the degree to which you're repeating activities in an arena shooter, it's very close together. You know which choke points to go to. You know which vantage points to use. And you're just going for kills. And there's nothing wrong with that. I'm not saying that that's not fun. What I'm saying is you will get bored faster. You will get burned out faster. You're not going to come back in 6 months and be like, dude, I just can't stop playing Splitgate. Like, this is something I've said for a very long time. I think that arena PvP has gone the way of the dodo. I don't think it has staying power in the market. If you look at the classics in Quake or Unreal Tournament, and then when games like Lawbreakers have tried to come out, it just doesn't work. People just don't hang with the game. I believe they misdiagnosed why their player numbers dropped off the first time, which is why they just did not have interest the second time around. You can blame it on the marketing or the hat that he wore or the cringy announcement that he made. That certainly didn't help. But I don't think that's what really, really knocked this game down.
You can see right here, looking at Steam charts, the original release of the game, and then it went back to beta at around this time period. And the re-release, you can see, happened here on December 15th, 2025. And the launch already was looking pretty rough with, a little less than 2,300 players at its all-time peak. And it's only been dipping since, with only, now hundreds of players coming back to play this game. This is plain and simply not sustainable for any live service.
I completely agree with them. And listen, there's a bit of a surge of viewers. I'm not sure where you guys came from. I'm not sure if we're being featured somewhere on the platform. If you've never been here before, it's a daily gaming talk show. I am safe for work. When I react to content, it might not be safe for work, like Yong might swear or something. I don't know. So just be fair warned. If you like this kind of content, hit like, hit subscribe so I can be in your feed for the rest of the week or months whenever I'm making content. I go live every day. Thanks for being here.
And you can see right here, even when this game was known as Splitgate 2, how quickly that player number dropped off. And we came to a point where it was just not a sustainable live service. The fact that we're so quickly reaching numbers of old Splitgate 2 already suggests that this live service is likely doomed to shut down in the not-so-distant future.
An immediate disengagement like this, that's not because of a hat or an announcement. It's because people are like, yeah, it's just more Splitgate. I'm good, right? Like, I that's the issue. This chart is not indicative of, like, he shouldn't have wore the hat or he shouldn't have said what he said or how he handled it on Twitter. That didn't help. But to get immediate disengagement like that is just not a good sign. It just really isn't.
So it launched, it kind of died, went back into development, went back into beta, it relaunched, and then died again. There were just a lot of things that went against Splitgate 2. Just its focus was more like trend chasing. Instead of sticking to what made Splitgate 1 special, what people loved about that game, they decided to kind of do what a lot of other games are doing. And that ultimately ended up like angering a lot of Splitgate 1 fans, or at the very least, like, made them lose interest in the sequel. And so Splitgate Arena Reloaded, the re-release, was all about essentially making Splitgate 2 more like Splitgate 1 and giving fans what they wanted out of a sequel for this series. And so, yeah, again, the critical reception for people who are playing this game is more positive. But in terms of the total number of players engaging with this game, due to the fact that the live service market is so oversaturated, there's so many, first-person shooter games competing for people's limited time, Splitgate Arena Reloaded ultimately just could not make much of a splash in this overcrowded landscape. The fact that it made a bad first impression lost a lot of people, and even
There's a good question in chat that I think is worth noting here. It'll add some context to what Yong's observing about the interest just isn't there, right? So why on earth did they do Splitgate 2? What on earth happened with Splitgate 1? So my theory is related to the timing of the release of Splitgate 1. So Splitgate 1 was in early access in 2019. It had a big console beta launch in 2021, and there was this really, really big, strong surge of interest. They were having trouble with the servers. There were so many people diving in and playing. Some people attributed it to, Halo Infinite wasn't in a great place. This game very much mimicked a lot of the Halo movement and shooting, and people thought, yeah, people want that arena style. They want, to play SWAT or whatever, some of the classic modes that were missing from Infinite. Well, they're going to come over and they're going to play Splitgate. Okay, so you got to remember, what was going on in 2019, 2020, and 2021? Well, what was happening is there was unusual surge of gamer activity in games, and there was a lot of money thrown around, and a lot of companies were saying, hey, we can make a ton of money in live service games like Fortnite. And I think Splitgate was like this rising star. It kind of came out of nowhere, and I think venture capitalists and investors and people with money started throwing money at these guys and saying, hey, we want to be a part of what you're doing over there. And I think they saw dollar signs, and they thought, I tell you what we can do with this money. We can make a much bigger game, a much grander game. And they chose to take that money and essentially say, listen, we're going to invest this into Splitgate 2. And that's my current theory as to what happened. I believe that during that era of time, 2020 and 2021, it was very, very easy to court the money men and to say, we're making this game, give us money. I think we saw that happen with Firewalk. They procured a bunch of money for Concord as well as other projects. This is around the time that, frickin' Herman Hulst thought Concord was going to be amazing. And I think there's a pattern emerging from that time of gaming that a lot of games were getting backed that shouldn't have been backed, and a lot of decisions were made that were based off of trends in 2020 and 2021 that would not continue. I believe a lot of these live service games, they're dying and crashing on the rocks of reality because that just was not a sustainable time, and those were not realistic numbers and expectations for interest in games. So 8 months from Pimptastical using your Prime. I just finished out the Midnight, great game. Really hope you go back and play it. It is coming To PlayStation, I am hoping they can revisit the combat system. I loved the vibe and the feel of South of Midnight, but I did not like the combat. It felt pretty bad. Sven with the Prime and 36 months over there. We're at 155. We are exactly 20 members away from me owing you guys a member. We'll see if anybody wants to steal that. Thank you guys so much for being here. Remember to keep hitting the like button. We're 13 likes away from 300. Let's keep watching.
Even with its attempted comeback, ultimately, again, it's just too little too late. A lot of people have moved on, and Splitgate Arena Reloaded, the re-release of Splitgate 2, just doesn't do enough to, make it something that entices people to switch from what is their normal live service that they come back to day in and day out. It's very difficult to pull people away from, one or two live services that they've invested all of their time and money into. Splitgate Arena Reloaded, ultimately, despite its portal aspects being really cool and unique, doesn't do enough to stand out from the pack. Beyond the bad first impression that Splitgate 2 made, beyond the fact that it made a grave miscalculation by chasing trends instead of, making Splitgate 1 but better, there's also the fact that the CEO of 1047 Games, the development studio behind Splitgate, came out really overconfidently, just cockily came out on stage at Summer Game Fest and talked about making FPS great again, wearing a hat that, obviously has a lot of political implications, pissing off a lot of people. But really the main thing is he was never ultimately able to live up to that, make FPS great again slogan. He dissed.
Also, he's about to get into it, kind of like dissing Call of Duty, and then you come out with something that seems incredibly generic and derivative of what other companies have done. Instead of having your original idea really take hold and grow and evolve, it became very, very obvious that you were just doing something extremely derivative within the market. And if there's one thing right now that will kill your live service game faster than anything, it's being derivative of what's already in the market. We're seeing this with High Guard's horrible reception with their trailer. We saw it with Concord. And I think we saw it with Splitgate. It's you're coming out here and acting cocky, and you're wanting to diss these other mainline games, and but also you're coming out with something that's derivative. And I think that's the quickest way to kill your live service game right now is to have it look like other games.
Call of Duty on stage and talked about the grave state that first-person shooters are in right now, and how he was going to be the savior of that, but the end result was anything but. And that was kind of the part that made this whole situation all the more humiliating. And then in response to the Make FPS Great Again situation, he talked about how he's not here to apologize and how he believes that the state of multiplayer FPS games is tragically stale and how he's going to be the one to change all that. But again, Splitgate 2 ultimately didn't. It actually regressed in terms of what this game should have been. It did not adhere to the Splitgate formula that fans of the series loved, and it ended up killing the series. And then there's the fact that he later came out and changed his stance yet again, saying that, I'm making no excuses now. He did apologize after all. And so, yeah, the way he handled communications and PR just made for really bad optics that Splitgate didn't need shortly before launch. And then once...
Well, and again, the problem is that I don't think this is why it failed. I think this was just gas on the fire, burning it quicker to the ground.
Splitgate 2 did launch. The player numbers were so bleak that by July of 2025, Splitgate 2 had to unlaunch, essentially go back to beta, and on top of that, 1047 Games had to lay off a bunch of folks in order to be able to sustain themselves. All of this was relayed via the following social media post from the Splitgate development team, talking about how they finally heard, players' feedback, how they agree with players, how they're going back to beta, and how they're going to, engage with the community, do more play tests, so on and so forth. And, I can commend any efforts to try to rectify mistakes, but making a comeback from such a devastating situation is just incredibly difficult. It is such an uphill battle. Few games can truly make a comeback, from a disastrous launch. We've seen it happen here and there, but that's, more the exception than the norm. We've seen similar circumstances with live services like Amazon's Crucible way back in the day. This is a game that actually went back into closed beta after its launch was so disastrous.
I remember I played that for a bounty. I got paid to play that, and it was I remember even at that time thinking, Jiminy Christmas, what are we doing here? It had potential, but it just felt like it felt like just one more game trying to capitalize on the live service dollar. And this kind of relates to what I was talking about with Ginger. Like, you got to let passion back in the room. You got to stop pushing games out with the goal of being like the next big live service hit. I think that's very, very clear that it just doesn't work. You know, as soon as people get a whiff of the what I would call the derivative disease, they're gonna ignore or not touch your game.
And then I believe it's a game that ultimately never did relaunch because Amazon just wanted to cut their losses. Perhaps a more striking parallel is Multiverses, which went through the exact same journey that Splitgate did. This is a game that launched with monetization systems live and everything. I mean, they will say that, well, it was technically a beta, but it was as good as launched because the monetization systems were fully intact. And then after a while, the player base just significantly dipped and nosedived. Then they decided to unlaunch the game and work on it from behind the scenes. They changed engines and did a bunch of stuff. And then they relaunched it only for people to find that this new version of Multiverses was less feature complete and in some ways worse. And all of that ultimately...
Zubair is saying, but the people in it to make money have no passion to put it in the games. You need people who actually want to make the games in charge. Right. The key point is the people in charge, because I really do think it's unlikely that when you go to these studios, like all the developers, engineers, like they don't have passion for gaming or passion for making games. They all have ideas. They all have pet projects. So yes, I 100% think that you have to have the right people in charge, because if you go back in time and you look at what ZeniMax did, ZeniMax was like, oh, we want a multiplayer game, and so they had a single player studio make Redfall, and they just should have said no, we don't want to, or they should have been like, we're not really equipped to. But I feel like a lot of the times, I wonder if that's what we're looking at. Are we looking at a lot of Redfalls? Are we looking at games that some C-suite or some executive was like, hey, we want to make money while the sun is shining, right? There's live service boom right now. Let's make a live service game. And the studio's like, we don't really know how to do that, so we'll just have to do a lot of homework copying. And that's why you get derivative games that just absolutely don't do anything new or fresh, and then they die.
Really ended in tragedy, as you can see right here on SteamDB. Looking at the Steam charts, here's the first launch of the game. Pretty great all-time peak and current player numbers, but the drop-off...
I mean, look at that. I mean, that's a cliff. That's an absolute cliff. I mean, and again, this style of game, I think that's the struggle. I think it really, really is. It's like, yeah, it was fun, but I've kind of seen all I need to see. You know, it's like, I don't know. It's like, I can't think of a good example with food. I usually do food analogies, but the only thing I can think of is if there's a really, really good taco truck, you're going to go there, maybe once a week, maybe every other week. You're not going to go to the taco truck for every meal. Okay. And I feel like a lot of these games are a taco truck. They're tasty. They're fun. They're small and consumable, but it cannot be the game that you just keep coming back to. You're just not going to. You're not just going to keep coming back time and time and time again to an arena shooter or to a brawler. I just don't think it's going to happen. I think it's a huge challenge to do that.
I mean, it was such a massive nosedive that led to the unlaunching of the game. And then when it relaunched, once again, we got pretty good peaks over here, but all of that dipped very quickly. And now nobody's really playing this game because this game has announced that it will be shutting down its live service component.
That sounds like a dare to me. Can I get nachos? Now listen, some of you huskier fellows, I'm not trying to tempt you. I'm not trying to draw you back into bad eating habits, okay? But seriously, don't eat from a taco truck for every meal, okay? Don't do it. I wouldn't say Concord was derivative because even Mortal Kombat had alternative and LGBT characters. I don't think you understand why I'm saying the word derivative. When I say derivative, I'm not saying woke or saying, it was too progressive. Although I do think having pronouns for a robot or an alien is incredibly stupid. Like the presumption that an alien from another planet would have the same gender identity that we do on planet Earth. Like, go watch Star Trek The Next Generation, for Pete's sakes. That's okay. Anyways, I thought the pronouns in the game was dumb. I also thought making a big deal of them was dumb. I think everybody was kind of being dumb. When I'm saying derivative, what I'm saying is Concord looked like, smelt like, felt like, moved like, played like Destiny. Like there was so little original anything in it. There were movement animations directly from Destiny. There were map design principles that clearly came from Destiny. There were grenade throws. There were in-air dodges and on-the-ground dodges that were literally derivative. They were derived right from another game. which will hurt your game. It's why High Guard is being accused of looking like everything else. There are animations in the game that are derivative. I'm saying all media pushes the same agendas. That's not applicable to what we're talking about. That's not really, that doesn't have anything to do with Concord being derivative or other live service games being derivative.
It will be going offline. While multiverses can still be played, single player, its online features have all been eradicated. Now, Splitgate 2, or, Splitgate Arena Reloaded as it's known now, hasn't announced any kind of shutdown or anything, but there is little doubt in my mind that is imminent, that is coming sooner rather than later, because the player numbers shown here are just plain and simply not sustainable. You can't only have a couple hundred players playing at the same time. Splitgate is a free-to-play game, which means that when it comes to making money, this game entirely relies on the volume of people playing and engaging with the title and the volume of people who are, engaging with the monetization systems. When there's such few players, it means that there's not going to be a whole lot of activity with the monetization systems that allow this game to make the money to be able to sustain, all of the expenses that come with keeping a live service game, alive. So yes.
Well, the interesting thing too is you've got Arc Raiders and Helldivers. I mean, there's an article right now where Arc Raiders has basically said, like, Helldivers inspired them to charge $40 for their game. Like, are we seeing sort of maybe the end of the free-to-play era? Like, do you have to be free-to-play? I don't know. I think if you want really, really big funnel battle royale, you might, but I don't know. Arc Raiders and Helldivers 2 may have really changed the script here.
Splitgate 2. So yeah, Splitgate 2 or Splitgate Arena Reloaded, it's as good as dead. And for all the, claims that were made by the CEO that they're here to make FPS great again, coming out on stage, trying to be essentially a Joseph Ferris, but without actually being able to deliver on the promises and the bold claims made, the end result is a live service, yet another live service that has ultimately ended in failure, that has stoked the flames too much. Another live service afflicted by just how competitive and oversaturated this market is. Combined.
True. And I think that's enough of the video. If you guys want to see the rest of the video, you guys want to see the whole video, you can watch it. Like I said, I'll have a link in the description below. I think Yang makes good content. And so that is his Splitgate 2 live service relaunches video. I thought you guys would want to see that one. And I think it's extremely interesting as a video. And for some strange reason, we're getting a big bump on Arc Raiders. Somebody's Arc Raiders video. Arc Raiders solo is the best way to play. So if you're tuning in and you want some news about Arc Raiders, you might be clicking on this off of a suggest. I do a daily gaming news talk show, and if you like what you see, hit like, hit subscribe. I've got an interesting one for you, and this is a pretty significant I told you so. But I told you so. This is the second time the Arc Raiders CEO has confirmed and essentially co-signed something that I have been saying. He confirmed the aggression-based matchmaking, which took our really, really successful video and put a nice stamp of approval on it, where I was saying, like, this is literally in the game. You can play peaceful. You can get peaceful lobbies, okay? You can. Well, I've also said the game is not a PvP game. It isn't. It's PvPvE, and the central focus of the game is not shooting other players. I have even argued it's a PvE game in disguise. If you look at the player numbers, if you look at the debate, if you look at the poll on my channel, if you look at the way the people are engaging with Arc Raiders, I've said, listen, this is a PvE game in disguise. Well, according to the CEO, the game is not about shooting other players. And this is something they said in a Twitch interview that I tried to highlight that really, really put me on this path of being like, I really don't think they want this game to be a PvP game. Okay? Now, Ninja's out here got clips and things of him saying, don't lean into competitive. Don't make this a competitive game. Well, they're not going to, okay? So the CEO of Embark Studios has revealed that they don't wish to promote PvP systems, as they don't want to foster that type of gameplay, okay? So you guys that were running to my comments and saying that people are playing like babies and they need to grow thick skin, I continue to think if you're playing this game and all you care about is PvP, you are the minority. They are not building the game for you, appealing to you. They're not going to build systems for you. There's a reason that aggression-based matchmaking exists. And the reason you guys are salty in my comments about it is because you don't want PvP. You want player versus PvE player. That's what you want. You want to kill PvE players because it's easy, okay? I mean it. Y'all are soft, and you know it. That's why you're playing a game like this, and not something else that's strictly PvP, okay? I mean that. I've said that for a long time, and I believe it's very, very true in this game. Okay, so during a new interview with GamesBeat Dean Takahashi via IGN, Embark Studio CEO revealed why they aren't looking to promote PvP systems. The CEO first mentioned discussions about adding Nemesis systems. However, they don't know where the team is at right now, and they're also happy that the game doesn't have a leaderboard and, quote, it's not competitive. He added that the dev team doesn't want to necessarily foster that type of gameplay as, quote, the game isn't about shooting other players. Of course, the game allows you to be aggressive and fight other players, but, quote, the ethos of the game has never been to go in and shoot players. The PvP element was added to craft tension. The Embark CEO then spoke about the game being designed to be played without other players for a long time and noted that this worked quite well in some instances. However, as soon as other players were added, the dev team had to resort to subtle ways of signaling rather than telling you how many players are on the server, how many have died, etc. Hence, Arc Raiders is all about using audio and visual cues when engaging in PvP situations. Players need to hear other players shooting and see Raider flares go up and see where the action is. Not providing all the information at once creates tension, forcing players to decide whether exploring the area where the action is a risk worth taking. However, the CEO also said that private servers in Arc Raiders are, quote, absolutely something we should consider, and that could be an excellent addition to the players looking for more PvP action. There's also news that TV and movie ideas have been pitched. So, as I said, I told you so. I said this game, they don't want it to be PvP. It's not a PvP game, and there is a reason. If you guys didn't see this, I've got a poll on the channel. There is a reason that my poll, pause. There's a reason this poll trended this way. How do you play Arc Raiders? PvP focus is like a 4%. PvE is a 46. Okay, now I know this is just a sampling, but still, that is a heavily slanted result. I mean, heavily slanted result, and I think, in general, there's a reason for that. I think they built a really, really good PvE game. And they built really, really good PvE systems. And then people come in and play, realize those systems are there, and they prefer engaging with those systems than getting into shootouts. Okay? It's PvE with friendly fire off. Yes, but it's friendly fire's off. You can't shoot your buddies, but you can get shot by others. Yeah. That's fine, says Jakob. He says, those with your stand will be bored and done playing the game way more quick than those who love the balance. What about the 34? Well, the 34% is people that play both. That's my point. Like, if you play both, you're not playing it like it's a PvP game. If you're engaging in both, like PvE, PvP, or whatever, like, it's like, yes, but you're still not playing it like a PvP game if you're playing both. Why is there PvP at all? It adds tension. He literally said what I've been saying. I'm like, the PvP was added to the game to bring tension. It creates an environment that's more intoxicating. It's not this rote, rehearsed thing. That's why it's got staying power. Weapon says, thank you. My friends keep arguing the opposite, and it's been ticking me off. Now I get to say I told you so. You go and tell them. You say, listen, man. And I argued this after Arc Raiders revealed. After they revealed that the aggression-based matchmaking was in the game, like they literally confirmed it, I said, there's a reason that Arc Raiders did that. There's a reason. They know that that's how they're going to keep people in the game. They are well aware that there's a ton of people that don't want to play this game and have their stuff taken. There's a ton of people that are going to play this game and they don't want to get killed. They don't want to deal with that. Now, it's going to happen. You got to deal with it. It's part of the package deal. However, it's very clear they are cognizant to the fact that if they want this game to last, they got to let people play and not constantly get killed. They also said PvE only is boring. They did, which is exactly why I don't think they'll ever add a PvE only mode. They want you, even with aggression-based matchmaking, they want you to wonder, is this person going to betray me? Is that person going to shoot me? Am I safe? They want that to be there. They want it in the mix. You're going to run into somebody who might kill you. They're going to put you every once in a while on a server where there are aggressive players. It's not a guarantee. That's always in the room. That's what I think. Again, that's what makes it an intoxicating experience for so many people. They're like, it's that social experiment, the proximity chat. It's a very, very good recipe. I don't think it's a coincidence. Look at this. All right, Arc Raiders Steam charts. Let me just show you something. All right. So this is Sunday, January the 4th. This isn't Christmas sale. This isn't Christmas noobs. This is the Sunday that just happened to take place the same weekend that the CEO confirmed aggression-based matchmaking. So they had a surge of players, and they set a new all-time peak of 465,097. Now, the other Steam chart database says they have a higher record than that. But they either got close to the record or they set a new one, whichever way you want to look at it. And it just so happened to be on the weekend that he confirmed aggression-based matchmaking. Like, word of it spread, and all of a sudden there's more people playing. I wonder why that is. Like, I'm here to tell you, this myth about PvP has been around for such a long time. Well, you don't have PvP, your game's going to die, or that game died because it didn't have PvP, or Trials is what kept Destiny alive. Man, we've been dealing with these PvP myths for a very, very long time. And I think Arc Raiders definitively proves there are tons of people that will play your game if it's PvE and there's fun stuff to do. And the PvP element certainly keeps it more interesting and more exciting. But like Helldivers was doing great for a very long time, and they had a huge surge when they added new content. Arc Raiders can always do the same thing. They can add new content. They can add new things. They can add new things to do. They can do that pretty much anytime they want. Anytime they want. PvP exists for an illusion of tension, but that only lasts until you're in the safe room with the other non-PvPers. It's the PvP streamers tricking kids into PvP with peer pressure. Well, I don't think they're tricking them. I don't think they're not like tricking them into it with their streams. What I think is going on is I think streamers are doing the same thing that Trials did. I think Destiny Trials of Osiris, I think the same thing happened. There was way more viewership for people doing PvP and Trials, and it made people think, well, that's what everybody's doing. That's what everybody's doing. That's what the game's all about. That's what's keeping the game alive. That's not true at all. That was never true in Destiny. The vast majority of the player base was doing PvE. That is how it always was in that game. And I think the same thing is probably happening. The same thing is probably happening inside of Arc Raiders. I think streamers are making people think, well, that's the majority. That's what everybody's doing, and you bums out here, that only want PvE, blah, blah, blah. Like, I think I genuinely think that the streamers are giving you a false sense of majority. I think that. I could be wrong, but I don't know. It seems like the developers put an awful lot of time into making sure that people could have a really good experience with Arc Raiders gameplay and it not being PvP dominant. And then he got interviews with the CEO saying, yeah, the point of the game is to not shoot people. Yeah, we're not going to put in PvP systems. That's not what we're interested in. I'm telling you. They're keenly aware of what's going to keep this game going. They acknowledge that it got boring, week on week, month on month when it was just PvE only. So they added the PvP part. But that didn't turn it into a PvP game. I still maintain it's a PvE game in disguise. Ninja actually had a good take on Arc Raiders staying away from what the streamers want. Yeah, I think he's spot on. I mean, I know Shroud said that the cheating is an enormous problem. Like, obviously, it's more frustrating for them than probably anybody because they get stream sniped and, cheaters are going to land in the PvP lobbies. Because, like, a cheater is going to go heavy on PvP, so he's naturally going to get match made into PvP-heavy lobbies. So Shroud is going to run into more cheaters than anybody because he plays PvP almost the entire time. Somebody like me who only plays PvE, or some of you guys here that only play PvE, you probably aren't going to run into cheaters all that often. Because once they start fragging out and getting big kill counts, they're going to end up in lobbies with other people like them. So the PvE folks aren't going to run into cheaters probably as much. That's probably a pretty safe bet, I would imagine. So it stands to reason that the game, I think, has a very, very long shelf life, especially if they keep adding things. Like, if they keep adding PvE elements, I think the game's got a very, very promising future. I think it does. So, I did have a video. It's another video that I want to react to that I agree with, but not totally. Like, I kind of want to come up with a segment that I call, we're going to call it, like, I disagree. You guys know I like to say disagree when I'm playing a video game. We'll call this segment I disagree. Because, I disagreed with the video yesterday. If you guys missed it, he said that, Nintendo had won the console war. If you missed that video will be up, in the next couple of days or, today or tomorrow. I don't know when it'll go up, but it'll go up, okay? But I got one here about AAA games just got abandoned by players, okay? It's a 2-day-old video, and I like to do videos that I believe, have had their shot in the algo before I react to them. But I am going to need the quickest of breaks. These streams are going to be a little bit longer now, so do me a quick favor. Hit the like button and consider getting us on pace for the week. Renew your memberships, give some memberships, compete against the other platform, right? And try to get us to 300. And that'll put us on pace for Friday night, okay? 250 unlocks it, 500 brings Madam, all right? What's Tom Henderson sighing about? Let's see here. Ubisoft closes Halifax studio after the employees unionized. Oh, for frick's sake. All right. Give me a second. I will be right back. Don't go anywhere. Smash the like button, all right? Okay. I got like a voicemail. Okay. Anyway. All right. Okay. I need to pull something up before we look at this video. I need that top games sold 2025. I need that Circana picture. Is this the one? I think this is the one. Yeah, I want a better. That's not a very good picture. Let's see here. Hang on. Images. It's such a terrible picture. I need like a... Maybe I can get a better picture. Why do they I just don't understand why there's such a bad picture. I want to get a good picture of it. Yo, Winged Wheel comes in with a gifted member. Bumps the line to 156. Thank you so much for doing that. I greatly appreciate it. And thank you guys so much for a big turnout today. PvP is all campers? In what? Arc Raiders? That doesn't sound right. Alright, we're gonna have to go with the blurry picture. I don't like it, but okay. It's important in this discussion. It's important in this discussion. So, okay. We're going to do that. We're going to do this. A VIP from Tenor Dude. Thank you so much. Let me come back in here. Turn it on. Add it. 157. Thank you for 52 months. I appreciate it so much. Weezy says, I'm not a fan of telling people how the system works. To be honest, all it does is leading people to want to gamify the system. Well, it won't work, though, Weez. Like, you can smurf to your heart's content in Arc Raiders. It isn't going to last. Like, let's say you smurf it up and you get into some friendly lobbies. What do? You're going to frag out for a couple of games. They're going to throw you right back into PvP-centric lobbies. D-Tom comes in with 52 months. Thank you so much. Getting us to 158. I appreciate it. Yeah, I don't think you'd game the system for very long. You know, it wouldn't last. You know, you'd get into a couple of games and you'd shoot people a bunch, and they'd be like, "Yeah, we're gonna throw you right back into the PvP funnel." You know. They aren't saying how it works. They're saying they do it. Yeah, they haven't really come out and said how it works either. They're not like, yeah, if you play X number of games and shoot X number of people, like, they've not said that. They've not said that. So, okay. I want to get into this one. Hold off on the gifting and everything for a little bit. Veteran joystick. Okay. One of the themes of 2025 was that the AAA games were embarrassed or, you know, sort of upset by the AA's and the indie titles. And I got a video here from Veteran Joystick. There'll be a link below if you guys want to watch the original video. Essentially arguing that, and I wanted to react to it because I agree to a point, but I actually don't agree with kind of how some of this is framed. So I think this is another good video to kind of put on display. Like, what I like to do is I like to disagree with creators, you know, in a charitable way, but I'm also going to kind of show the sales charts from last year. I think that's a huge and helpful context. So remember to hit like and subscribe if you like this kind of content. Let's check out what he says here. I have to unmute it. Sorry. Let's try again.
AAA will never forget the year they got absolutely demolished by indie and AA teams, and just when you think it couldn't get any worse, it does. The Steam Awards winners dropped, fully player voted, no critics, no industry panels, just pure player choice. 9 out of 11 winners went to independent studios. In a year when AAA dropped some of their biggest franchise sequels, they still couldn't even make it into the conversation. Because
Now again, that's great. I think that is worth celebrating, okay? But we don't want to overstate this. It's great that indies and AA's are getting that level of praise and notoriety, and they're sort of getting that from the players when the players get to vote. But when we look at the sales charts, you got to remember, like, this is not upsetting the industry at all. I think that's the mistake that a lot of folks are making in this discussion. They're really going farther than I'm willing to go. That's fine. If that's their opinion, that's their view, that's fine. That's just not my view of it. I really don't think this was a disruption in the industry at all. Now, it could long-term start to eat into the revenue pie, but I'm going to show the sales charts in a little bit and show you exactly why. Don't overstate and overestimate just how tectonic last year was. It was cool and exciting, but I don't think it was disruption.
not only did these games dominate the Steam Awards, but the Game Awards too. Critics, industry peers, pretty much every mainstream gaming media outlet gave Game of the Year to Claire Obscure Expedition 33. 9 awards at the Game Awards alone, record-breaking. And indie game nominations themselves dominated half the top categories. That doesn't just happen by accident. Not to mention the sales. Tens of millions of copies, hundreds of millions made for these studios. Hollow Knight Silksong crashing half the internet on launch day. Peaks.
Well, and also context is helpful here. Hollow Knight Silksong crashed the storefronts because there was no preload. And like, a game in high demand is going to do that. And credit where credit's due. The game sold incredibly well, and Peak did as well. But again, you got to remember, we're going to look at those sales charts in just a moment. It really did not cause any major disruption in the market at all.
Selling over 10 million copies in just over a month. And there's so many other examples. These weren't charity cases. These studios saw success because they gave us games we actually wanted to play. The Steam Awards, the Game Awards, sales charts, player counts, all of it. That's not a coincidence anymore.
He said sales charts, which is why I think we need to look at them, okay? Why don't we do that right now? Okay, so this is from Circana, and this is literally 2025 year-to-date top 20 games, physical and full game digital from Nintendo, PlayStation, Xbox, and PC platforms, okay? Ranked on dollar sales. Okay, so this reporting period was January all the way to November, all right? You're going to notice something about the top 10 games: Battlefield 6, NBA 2K, Monster Hunter, Borderlands, College Football, Oblivion Remastered, Call of Duty, Madden, MLB The Show, Ghost of Yotei. Those are all AAA games. Those are all big budget, big titles, and they made a ridiculous amount of money. You know, I was told Ghost of Yotei flopped. That's funny how it managed to get in the top 10. I was also told exclusives hurt sales. That's interesting. It sold the top 10. Anyways, a lot of narratives didn't survive that one. Anyways, the point is, there's no disruption here. Like, if you actually look at the sales charts, no, AAA is still dominating. AAA is still leading the charge and still absolutely making a ridiculous amount of money, okay? The thing is to remember, what we should be celebrating is that these games can find so much success now with smaller teams, smaller budgets, and passion. I think that's the takeaway. I don't think the takeaway is, oh, AAA's been embarrassed and they're upset and they got absolutely destroyed. That's just not true.
Well, that's a pattern, and it shows that 2025 wasn't a fluke. It was the strongest middle finger to lazy, money-hungry AAA publishers we've ever seen. And if
I want to respond to something in chat, disruption can only count if you break up the top 10 in sales. Seems a little close-minded. That's not what I'm saying. I'm certainly being open-minded here and saying this could lead to trends where you start to see AA's and indies rise in prominence on sales. What I'm saying is money talks. And if you're still raking in that much money and you're in the top 10, you have not been disrupted. You are not upset. You are not embarrassed or worried that, like, Peak sold 10 million copies at $8 a piece. Great for them. Those guys are living large. I'm saying AAA is unaffected by this. The sales charts show that. That doesn't mean that stays that way. I'm simply saying let's not overstate what happened in 2025. I think that's a very fair position to take.
Things don't change and they don't learn from their mistakes. It's only going to get worse for them from here. So if you're from a AAA studio watching this, take notes, because I'm going to explain to you why these indie teams keep embarrassing you in your own categories with a fraction of your budget.
What trend has changed? That's an excellent question. What trend has changed? These type of games typically do very well in the Steam votes because that's where a lot of people, that's the kind of games a lot of people play on Steam. Like, I really don't, I just don't think there was any disruption. I don't. You can try to compel me that there was disruption, but when the sales charts are still just absolutely dominated by AAA games, I can't see any market disruption yet. I'm saying yet. I'm leaving room. This certainly could be the beginning of a changing of the guard, but I think that's probably unlikely. We'll see. We'll see. I'll be happily proven wrong. I mean, some of these games that dominated, I played them and loved them. I would love for Peak to come to console. It'd be so fun to play that with Madam for you guys. It'd be hilarious.
Winners all shared something. They all launched complete, priced fairly, 20 to 30 quid, some even less. All of them a fraction of the price of one AAA disaster. No exploitative monetization. They brought new ideas, innovation, and most importantly, fun. Meanwhile, AAA continues to force 70 quid price tags for broken games, rehashed sequels, and sloppy writing. It does.
Now, what he's saying, I will say, is fair to say that indie and AA games had a better track record last year, because we know Monhunt had a bunch of optimization problems at launch. Borderlands had an insane amount of performance problems at launch. I mean, the rest of these, I think, were probably in a good state. Oblivion had a lot of things that needed to be fixed, but like Yote was extremely polished. I don't know about the sports games, but I do think that that's fair to say, yes, that is something that seems to be a little bit more consistent from the smaller studios, because to be fair, people are going to be very, very not tolerant of that. They are not going to be tolerant of a glitchy AA or an indie game. I'm like, this is crap. What is this? You know, even though it was $8, you're going to be pretty critical of that, right? Thank you for using your Prime sub on me, Dystopian. I'll add it to the total in a moment. So I think that's very fair to point out, and I think it's true. There was a lot of innovation and a lot of great things that came from the indie and the AAs. I think this is a fair point that he's making.
Doesn't take a genius to see what went wrong here, right? Look at Peak. 15 developers, cost £6, won the Better with Friends category at the Steam Awards. Battlefield 6 was nominated in that same category, same voters, Peak won. A co-op climbing game made by 15 people beat EA's flagship shooter. And sure.
And again, I think that's more indicative of the culture and the community and the customer base on Steam than the fact that like Peak destroyed Battlefield, right? Like, I'm not trying to put words in his mouth. I'm just saying from my perspective, I think that's more representative of the culture and customer base of Steam than it is that like, yeah, Peak did better, Peak's better. You know, Battlefield crushed it and made an insane amount of money and outsold Call of Duty. I mean, come on.
Well, Battlefield 6 sold millions, and I'm sure EA are happy about it, but it makes the fact that it lost to a £6 indie game when it came to player voting even more embarrassing. Hollow Knight Silksong.
That actually could be true to a point with Battlefield. Their customer rating is dropping. People are really unhappy with Battlefield. So commercial success is great, but if you want longevity and player re-engagement, you can't have what's happening to Battlefield 6 because it doesn't look very good.
3 developers, 16 quid price tag, Steam Awards Game of the Year. Why? Because Team Cherry earned this. They build rich, detailed worlds, unique experiences, complete games. They've built trust over a decade, while AAA studios burned theirs day after day. 7 million copies sold in 3 months. Dispatch came from ex-Telltale developers. It won the Outstanding Story Rich Game Award. It beat The Last of Us Part 2 in the same category. Where were the other
and to be fair, The Last of Us was a port and it's a 5-year-old game at that time, so it doesn't it's unlikely it's going to win that vote. And Dispatch is not my kind of game, but people really, really liked it, and it certainly was, you know, a very fresh take on that kind of a game. So sure, but I don't, again, this video to me, going to the Steam votes time and time again, is more indicative and representative of the community and culture and customer base of Steam than it is the market at large. Like, I don't think the gaming market at large is buying games in accordance with what we're seeing, because if you look at the sales charts, the AAA games are still dominating.
AAA story games released this year, because there were many. Outer Worlds 2, Avowed, Bloodlines 2, Nowhere. And even AAA's best attempts in 2025, Borderlands 4 cost 70 quid, couldn't run properly on a 5090, launched to mostly negative reviews on Steam at launch, and then Randy Pitchford blames us for not having good enough hardware. Assassin's Creed
I don't think Borderlands is a great representation of the AAA market. Like, they were one, but they're not the only game that came out. They're representative of a game that comes out and is not optimized. Fair. But I don't think it's like, oh yeah, that's AAA right there, because we had a lot of great AAA games last year that didn't have these problems.
Shadows became Ubisoft's most controversial release in years. Their stock price dropped 20% in a...
And these are completely unrelated. Ubisoft's stock price was dropping, and they were in a terrible state prior to Assassin's Creed Shadows ever hitting the market. Assassin's Creed Shadows is the second most commercially successful Assassin's Creed in history, only behind Valhalla, and Valhalla had the COVID boost. So to try to link Ubisoft's share value to Assassin's Creed Shadows is a very poor argument. I don't think you can substantiate this. I think this is a correlative thing. This is not a causative thing, and it's a very bad argument.
Single day, 92% down in the last 5 years. They were forced to sell half their business to Tencent just to survive. That right there is 2025 in a nutshell. Tiny teams, a passion for making great games, doing the things that AAA pretend aren't important anymore. And they didn't just win, they beat AAA in their own categories, embarrassed them in front of the entire world, while AAA watched from the sidelines as their colleagues got laid off. The craziest part...
And again, like, this is very similar to the Nintendo video that I reacted to. Like, I agree with him, but I don't think he's arguing it well. And that's why I like videos like this. I want to be able to disagree and say, man, I feel like you could have made a better argument. I feel like you're saying things like embarrassing in front of the whole world. I hate to say it, but like, we are the minority. The global gaming community is not paying attention to like these awards and Steam things. Like, they are, but they're not paying attention to it. Like, oh yep, all those games got embarrassed. Like, the sales numbers speak volumes to this, you know. And what Zubair is saying is so important. Were people cross-shopping Battlefield 6 and Peak? No, they were not. It's very much hyperbole to say these things, which I think is unfortunate, because I love that AA and indies are having this rise and this success, but trying to turn it into like, oh, they spanked the AAA. I just don't think that's helpful. It's almost like, and I said this about Expedition 33, stop weaponizing AA and indie studios and games and trying to kind of like wail on the AAA studios. That's not what these games are here for. That's not a way to celebrate their success, to almost like bludgeon AAA, especially when you're going to do it in a way that just doesn't represent what actually happened within the realm of popularity and sales.
AAA is capable of making good games, believe it or not. 2 AAA games won Steam Awards in 2025, just 2 out of 11 categories, and both of those only won because they tried something different. Silent Hill F won Outstanding Visual Style, and it earned it by completely reinventing the franchise. It set the game in 1960s rural Japan instead of small-town America. It changed the combat from ranged weapons to close quarters. It changed the whole tone. More tragic, it was a complete creative risk that paid off. Sold over 1 million copies on day one, the fastest selling game in the franchise's history. And then Arc Raiders won the most innovative gameplay award. And they won by doing the opposite of what AAA live service shooters do. They abandoned the free-to-play model. They built a premium game designed for fun to innovate the genre, and it worked. And it's still absolutely dominating Steam player counts months after launching, selling over.
And I want to make sure and qualify something here. Arc Raiders also has monetization practices and ongoing model. So you got to be real careful with some of the things he said in the beginning. It was a little sweeping, right? Like, Arc Raiders is 100% following an ongoing engagement model. They're following a monetization model. Now, they've been very, very good to, like, they adjusted prices when people complained. They're very, very fair. They deserve to be praised. But this is why I always tell people, be very careful when you're using sweeping language like live service games are the devil, and then we always want to turn around and celebrate live service games. Like, people are acting like live service games were the worst thing to ever happen to gaming, and then they'll make videos celebrating Helldivers and Arc Raiders. I'm like, I don't really understand what you're doing. That doesn't seem to be consistent. The problem is never the thing itself, it's the execution. Live service games aren't the problem. Bad live service games are the problem, right? That's the issue. And so, yeah, celebrate Arc Raiders, but some of the stuff he said in the beginning, I feel like would apply to how they're monetizing this game.
With 12 million copies as of today. These are the exceptions that prove the rule. AAA doesn't lose when it innovates, it loses when it plays it safe, chases trends and designs for shareholders instead of the people actually playing the games. Silent Hill F and Arc Raiders won because they broke the formula. The other 9 category winners were teams who never followed the formula in the first place. So
we should also look at the sales charts, because I think Eugene's bringing up a good point. We should look at the sales charts across the platforms. Like, AAA lives and breathes on the consoles. Like, Yote's not in here. You can't vote for Yote or Death Stranding 2. Those are 2 of probably the best AAA-sized budget games last year. They were magnificent. They were polished. They were excellent. They were amazing. They were award nominated, right? Like, they're not even in contention because they're on the console. And a lot of the games that are like dominating the sales charts, it's because they do so well on console. So obviously Steam's not going to be voting. Again, I think a lot of these votes are more indicative of the trend within the market of Steam users than the actual market of gaming as a whole.
why is this happening now? Why are we choosing indies over AAA more than ever? Because AAA studios today design for roadmaps. They launch broken, patch later, maybe finish it in 18 months. Indies designed to be a complete experience on day one. AAA
And this is why you got to be careful, because he just got done praising Arc Raiders. You can't tell me that Arc Raiders wasn't built to be designed around a roadmap. They're going to add Arc. They're going to add weapons. They're going to add new areas. Those things weren't there day one. They add them later. You got to be careful, because if you're going to be consistent, that's how Arc Raiders was designed. Now, Arc Raiders wasn't glitchy and buggy at launch. They actually were really smart. They did betas. They did testing periods. That's a brilliant way to make sure your game is ready. But that game is still at some level built for roadmap. It's built for content to be added later, and gamers always hate that when, you know, a single player game launches with planned DLC. But, you know, Arc Raiders basically launches with a roadmap in mind and content coming later, content that's built to not be put in right away. Again, you want to make sure you're consistent on this, because if not, it really unseats the argument to a certain degree.
studios measure success through engagement metrics, time played, daily logins, how addicted they can make you. Indies measure success through whether...
I disagree. I think his classification here is not precise enough. So he says AAAs want that. No, live service games want that. Live service games want the re-engagement. They want to keep you coming back. That's not true of AAAs. I feel like he's conflating categories a little bit. Like a AAA game like Yote and Death Stranding 2, they don't care about re-engagement. They care about building a great product that sells well and the customer's very, very happy. There are plenty of AAA games that come out every year that are not in the business of re-engagement and milking the player and drip-feeding content. So I think he's making a little bit of a mistake here in his classification. He's making it sound like AAA games are all live service, which they're not.
whether you had fun or not. AAA builds a game as monetization first, then wraps a game around it. Premium currencies, paywalls, how can they squeeze as much cash as possible from you? Indies...
I don't agree. I just don't agree with that at all. If he has that perspective, that's fine. I don't think that's something I could agree with, because you could criticize AC Shadows for a bunch of things. You could certainly not criticize that for not being a full game at launch. That game was enormous. I mean, it was so big that I got like 35 hours in and I was like, I'm ready to be done. It was an enormous game. I don't think that Borderlands or AC Shadows were built to monetize themselves, like monetization first and a game wrapped around it. I don't think you could argue that. I don't. Now, again, Borderlands wasn't ready. That is a problem in AAA. That is a fair point to make. I don't think it's fair to say that like Borderlands, AC Shadows, or Yote, or Death Stranding 2, all AAA games, I don't think you could at all argue those games were built around monetization. I don't think there's evidence of that.
Build a good game first, charge you once, and actually care about whether you enjoy playing it. The saddest part is AAA can't help itself. They're trapped in this cycle because they answer to shareholders who demand quarterly growth, live service trends that promise infinite revenue, executives who've never made a game making decisions about what games should be. And meanwhile, us as actual players are just exhausted, tired of being treated like walking wallets, tired of games designed to waste our time instead of respect it, tired of promises that never materialize and roadmaps that just never end. So in reality, we're not...
I think he could make an excellent video, an excellent excellent argument if he would have said indies and double A's are an oasis and a safe haven from all of the live service slop or the live service frustrations that players have, right? But like what Eugene's saying, like sweeping rhetoric about AAA, I can't look at the biggest AAA games from last year and feel like this really applies to them. I just don't think that it does. I don't feel like executives were behind why Borderlands was a little glitchy or buggy. I don't see any monetization push or like shallowness or derivativeness in games like Death Stranding 2 or Yote. You know what I mean? I feel like his issue seems to be more centered around the live service, which is completely fair. That live service is certainly littered with dead derivative games or over monetization and practices that can be frustrating. I think that's completely fair to say. I don't think that's AAA though. That's not the category that I would use.
Boycotting AAA at all. We're just choosing differently, choosing to reward games that actually give us something instead of trying to take everything. And the 2025
And this is where I think sales charts really refute something that he's saying here. If we're choosing differently, then why are the top 10 games last year all AAA? If we're choosing differently, then that would cause sales disruption, and it's not. Yes, I bought Silk Song and played some Hades 2. And Expedition 33 was like my favorite game of the year until I played Yote, and then they're kind of tied for first. But like I bought and played AAA as well. I didn't choose differently. This is not a binary. It's not like if you chose to play Peak and Expedition 33 and Hades 2, well, then you didn't play any AAA games. Like, I don't think it's a binary. I think he's creating a false binary, and I think the sales charts prove that. The AAA games are absolutely still being chosen in large quantities and numbers, larger than these games. You know, now obviously revenue is going to be larger for games sold at $70 than a game sold for $8, but still, those sales charts prove that people are not really choosing differently. And I'm going to say yet, this could lead to a greater prominence of double A's and indies, but it hasn't happened yet.
Steam Awards have proved that beyond a doubt. And here's the best part, it's not over. 2025 was the proof that the shift has happened. 2026, it's only going to continue. Go look at Steam's most wishlisted games right now. Again, it's dominated by indies and small teams. Blood of Dawnwalker, ex-Witcher developers making a dark RPG, probably my most anticipated game this year. Solasta 2, a CRPG that's been in development for years with massive community involvement. The Expanse, Osiris Reborn from Owlcat Games, not launching this year, but another example of a studio that prioritizes creativity, innovation over quarterly earnings targets. These are the games that I'm actually excited about. Games made by actual people who genuinely care about making something great. And look,
and listen, the problem here now is you're making it about passion and desire. I don't like. I'm looking at some of the big games this year that I'm looking forward to, and I'm like, just because like Saros from Housemarque, right? They're probably considered like double A in size and their budget and everything else, but they're owned by PlayStation. Like, I don't think that they're like making a game that they don't care about. Like, that's very sweeping to act like, well, yeah, all these AAA games, they're not coming from studios that care about the games. Again, I really, really think he's sort of projecting a lot of live service slop and a lot of live service, derivative grabs on the entire AAA industry. Like, I know people love the Battlefield campaign. They thought it was great. Now they're complaining about bugs and problems and balancing with multiplayer, but by and large, I mean, it sold well and people liked the campaign and they thought it was very good. So, and, clearly the studio was very passionate about building a great Battlefield. People really liked it and bought it. Now, what's happening now could be, just one of the struggles of live service, of balancing and patches and things like that. But yeah, I don't like when we do this sweeping thing where we act like all these game studios don't care and they don't have passion to make great games. Like Control Resonant looks incredible. That's another game that I would consider to be coming from a fairly large studio and a lot of money.
It doesn't even have to be indie teams specifically. It's the mindset, player first design, creativity, innovation, actually caring about whether people enjoy the game you made. That mindset just happens to live in indie studios right now because AAA strangled it out of themselves through their unrelenting greed. 2025 didn't just reward indie, it rewarded studios that actually care about what they're making. Whether that came from
I hate to keep saying the same thing, but man, oh man, you're not wrong. The big studios and publishers, they want money. Everybody wants money, and they made a killing last year. So I don't think they lost. I don't think they're like hurting for cash. You know what I mean? They also shouldn't have included Exodus. They're owned by Wizards of the Coast and Hasbro. Oh, I didn't know that. People did not like the campaign in Battlefield. I had a lot of people tell me they thought it was great.
People or 300 is irrelevant. So this year, AAA doesn't win by being bigger. It wins by doing better, or it will just keep losing. Thanks so much for watching. Appreciate you.
Okay, so check his video out. Again, I like him. His name's Veteran Joystick. I'll have a link below in the description. I like him, and I actually think he could have made a video with some slight alterations to the argument, and it would have been such a better thing to be like, dude, AA and Indie are on a rise. They're an oasis. They're a safe haven from live service slop or derivative titles or, the same old low risk, games that do the same thing all of the time. I think that would have been a great video. I think couching everything as if AAA, it just sounds like he made it sound like everything is live service, and I think that really weakened the argument. Feel free to disagree with me, agree with him, but support the original content, hit like, subscribe, all the things. I like doing these things with you guys. Idonia annoys me. I like a video that I can agree and disagree with kind of at the same time. I enjoy a video like that. I do. I want more videos like this. That one really reminded me of like the Nintendo video from yesterday of like, I get to disagree, but also I'm kind of like, man, I agree with you. I just think you could have made a better argument. I don't agree with him on his premise, but there are points I do agree with. That's exactly where I kind of landed on it, Wheezy. I was like, man, this could have been just such an excellent video. Because I do believe that's a very good point to make, and it's a good thing to draw attention to, that like indies and AA's, man, they're really having a time right now. Dystopian Drew, let me add you to the total here. 159 on the day. I'm sorry, 159 on the week. One thing I do miss is more experimental weird games. Not all of them have to land. I just miss the days of trying new stuff. Oh, for sure. I completely agree. That is one thing, and then it's another thing that you can really praise and talk about. Indie studios and AA studios, they're just more agile. They can take more risks. They can do something crazy. They can try something that's never been tried before. I mean, like games like Keeper and stuff. You can get those. Well, Double Fine is owned by, pretty big company, but they still were able to do something that was probably like a smaller team. AAA is becoming boutique, and that's okay. Yeah, I don't think that's a bad way of putting it. Yeah. I'm sure it'll absolutely end up on PC. No way Sony will make their money back keeping it exclusive to PlayStation. You're talking about a $100 million budget? What game are you talking about, Dustin? You think that there's a game that hasn't made or won't make its money back? Let me see what game are you guys debating? Don't hold your breath on that. Oh, is he predicting a game coming to PC? Let's see here. Wolverine is going to end up on all platforms? Yeah, I don't think so. I don't think there's any indication that they have plans to do that. They've not indicated that to the shareholders. They've not budgeted money for that type of porting work. They haven't said that. I don't think that that's true. There really wouldn't be any commercial reason to put Wolverine on Xbox. I don't think they would want to put it on the Switch too. They'd have to compromise so much of the visual fidelity. Yeah. Spider-Man 2 came to PC, but the amount of money it made on PC wasn't tilting the scales. They made the bulk of their money on PlayStation. Haseo with the gifted, thank you so much, rounding us out to 160. We're 15 away from the next milestone. Yeah, like what? Mark my words on that. So, is your position that all games are going to do that, or just Wolverine? I'm not sure I understand. What has led you to believe they're going to start putting games? So, I don't fully understand your position. Do you think Wolverine's going to the Switch too? Like, is that something you think is going to happen? Do you think that Wolverine's going to go to Xbox? Like, spell it out a little bit more than it's going to go everywhere, because that could mean anything. I think Wolverine will end up on PC, just like Spider-Man 1, Spider-Man 2, and Miles Morales. It's going to go to the Samsung Smart Fridge, for sure. Why would Wolverine be the title that starts the trend? Yeah, I'm not really sure. Like, I've got a couple of questions for you. You know, take your time. You can take your time to type an answer. What led you to believe that this would happen? Because I've not seen anything that points to this. Why Wolverine specifically? And what platforms exactly are you talking about? Like, do you believe Wolvie is literally going to land on like Switch 2 and Xbox? I haven't seen anything that makes me think that's going to happen. If you've got something in an interview, or that would be that'd be a banger of a story. Somebody would have run that story by now that, like, yeah, there are indications that Wolverine is going to go to Switch. An award for the worst take of the day. Well, it's not a take, it's a prediction. He's not saying a game is good or bad. He's predicting that will happen. Everywhere. Maybe not Switch 2. I'm curious on Wolverine's budget. So this is why I don't typically find the budget argument compelling. You're saying the budget's high, therefore it needs to go everywhere to make the money back. I think the problem with the argument is putting the game everywhere increases the budget. Now, I believe they'll port it to PC later because that's very inexpensive for them to do, and they have a really great porting company with Nixxes to do it. And, you know, Shuhei Yoshida said that's like printing money. I don't actually think, though, you can make the budgetary arguments to be like, oh, yeah, games are going to go everywhere, because that actually increases your budget. And certain games, now Wolverine would obviously sell great everywhere for the most part, I would think, if they could get it to run well. You know, if you put it on Switch 2 or something, it would probably sell just fine. But you would need it to run well. And I happen to think Insomniac are wizards, but I don't know if their wizardry exceeds to that degree. These companies aren't going to spend hundreds of millions of dollars on these games to keep them exclusive. I mean, but they are. Your argument is already refuted. Like, I don't even have to refute it. The market's already refuted your argument. They have spent hundreds of millions of dollars, and they've only taken the games to PC. They haven't taken them, quote-unquote, everywhere, as you say. Your argument's already been refuted. It has no merit. It doesn't. And if you look at the total number of sales and the money they earned on Steam, yes, it's great. It's an additive market. They made more money. But the market doesn't show anything that you're saying. It doesn't. If what you're saying is true, then all those PlayStation games, they'd be on Xbox by now. That's why we're not getting nowhere near the exclusives that we used to. So all of the exclusives on Nintendo don't count. Like, we watched a video just yesterday. The guy had like a laundry list of all the games that are exclusive only to Nintendo. What about all the exclusives on Steam? Do you not count those either? There's an ocean of indie games and AA games that only build for Steam. They don't come anywhere else. Like, where do you see exclusivity diminished? Other than, we know Xbox doesn't do it anymore. But PlayStation's not putting their games on Switch and Xbox. They're moving them to PC later as an additive market, and they've explained that strategy. They've not said anything about exclusivity going away. How many exclusives did we get last year from Sony? I don't actually have the number off the top of my head. I know we got Yote and Death Stranding 2. I think there were others. I don't know how many, because it's not just first party. Does anybody know the number? How many games were exclusive to PlayStation in 2025? Because there's some of those other like games like Lost Soul Aside, that you couldn't get on Xbox, but you could get Lost Soul Aside on PC. So that was like a console exclusive. The one year there were exclusives like Grand Blue Fantasy Relink and Rise of the Ronin and Stellar Blade, and people weren't counting them. So I don't know if you don't count those, but I counted those. Nintendo exclusives are low budget, and the Nintendo fans actually buy their exclusives en masse. Yeah, I've not been compelled by the budgetary argument because the companies aren't making that argument. The people that are making that argument are usually promoting the Xbox talking points. I've never heard a developer come out and say, yeah, one of the best ways for us to make our money back is to go multi-plat. They talk about how it increases budget. They talk about how it makes it harder to develop. It makes it a constraint on feature development. I mean, the guy from Deep Rock Galactic Survivor just talked about this. I've never heard a developer say, oh, no, yeah, one of the best ways to make more money and to correct the budgetary problem is to just put your game everywhere. I've never heard a developer say that. That's something that pundits say. I've never heard a developer say, yeah, budgetary costs are rising, and the best thing to do is make your game hit more platforms, because that increases your budget, that increases your time to market, and it causes more complexity, and it makes it harder to add features. Like the guy from Deep Rock Galactic Survivor specifically spoke about why they're only coming to one console after they launched 1.0 on PC. Well, an Xbox fan, I didn't say anything about you. I'm saying I've never heard anybody say what you're saying, so I don't find it compelling. If you're going to make the budgetary argument, I find that argument to be completely lacking. It's so weak because it doesn't make sense. Hey, it's really expensive to make a game. We'll make more money if we make the game for more platforms. That doesn't math for every company. It doesn't. Because, let's take a game that you're making just for the PlayStation, okay? And you're like, well, it's expensive to make this. We would make more money if this game was on the Switch 2, the Xbox, and PC, okay? You just made that game take longer to come out. You made it harder to add features. You made the development's a lot more complex. You have to hire more people because now you got to have people that are going to work on, version testing different platforms and developing for different platforms. You just increase the budget, and you hope that you're going to make it back by selling on those other platforms. I find the budgetary arguments to be completely lacking. It's not compelling at all because developers don't say it. I've never heard a developer say, yeah, our budgets are getting bigger, so instead of building for one platform, we're going to start building for 4. I've never seen a developer say that. They say the opposite. They say that the minute you build for more platforms, it gets more complex and more expensive. They quite literally say the opposite of what pundits will say, and the pro Xbox guys that are all like, yeah, exclusives are going away and you make more money when you make the game for more platforms. And it's like, making money is defined by profit, not generating revenue. We're waiting 6 or 7 or 8 years on these exclusives just for them to bomb. Can you explain to me what game you felt like we waited 6 to 7 or 8 years for and it bombed? What game are you referring to? I'm not sure what game you're talking about, that we waited a really long time, it came out, it was exclusive, and then it bombed. I'm not sure what game you're referring to, because all of the exclusives this gen for PlayStation have done very well commercially, so I'm not sure what you're talking about. You'd have to give me an example. To be fair, I'm pretty sure Square Enix said they themselves in their earning reports the past 2 years, maybe 2026 will be different though. I think they talked about maximizing profit by being in more places, but I don't think they were saying that would keep the budget down or it would help with inflated budget, Wheeze. I think they were speaking specifically to revenue and profit. They weren't necessarily saying this is a great answer to rising budgetary costs. The graphical fidelity of PS5 wouldn't be there, obviously, but who cares if it's a platform that you can play the game? The cosmetic cutbacks are totally understandable. It's far more than cosmetic cutbacks. It's far more. You couldn't put Ratchet and Clank on the Switch 2. You'd have to make significant adjustments to gameplay mechanics. Wish I could speak vocally. I can't really get my point across through text, but thanks for the conversation. I appreciate it. You've been respectful and you've got a different perspective, and I welcome that here. I like to have disagreement. If you're going to compel me that developers are going to solve rising budgetary costs by putting their games in more places, I've not been compelled by that at all. I've seen the exact opposite represented by developer commentary and how games are developed. Here's a really, really great refutation to that argument, and it just came to me, okay? Steam is where there are way more indies and AA's that only go to Steam, and those are the games that typically have the biggest constraints on budget. So, answer me this. Why is the trend for companies that have the least amount of money for their budget, why is their solution to not do what people say? Well, they'd make more money if they just put their game everywhere. Seemingly, the point is that if you have a constraint on your budget, you're only going to build your game for one platform instead of all of them. That makes my point, I think, in spades. There's an ocean of games that only come to Steam. There's an ocean of games that are exclusive to Steam, and it's because they don't have the budget to build for all the platforms. Making my point that it's not an answer to rising budgetary costs to just, well, put the game everywhere. Clearly, the minute there's budget constraints, what do people do? They limit where the game goes. Steam proves my point hand over fist. I've never made that point before, and I think that's an absolute home run of a point. It's like, come on, the minute folks don't have a ton of cash and a ton of a budget, what do? They don't say, well, budgetary constraints, we better put the game everywhere. They're like, no, budgetary constraints, we're going to build for one platform. Welcome back. Glad to see you still streaming. Thank you. We have been on back on Purple since April of last year. I took a break from streaming there for about a week or two. We were running an experiment trying to get people to come back to YouTube. We felt like the real problem was members content. So for those of you that don't know, we're not going to be doing members content on YouTube until they make changes to help us. So for now, if you want more details on why we did that, you're going to have to be in the green room this afternoon in the Discord. We don't have enough money. Let's increase the scope. Right. Yeah. I think that's a very, very strong argument as to why the answer to, oh, budgets are getting more expensive, it's hard for these companies to make their money back, then why on earth are the companies with the least amount of money not doing what you're saying? Why? I was washing my hands. I just remembered foam stars. Guys, really quickly, if you haven't done so already, press that like button. Check and see if you have a renewal. Check and see if you have a Prime you can use on me. It adds to the total. Currently, YouTube's in the lead with 55. We're trying to get to 250 to unlock Friday night. If you get it to 500 by the end of the week, Madam joins me on Friday night. I have her react to the week's gaming news, and then she has to play a really crazy game called Promise Mascot Agency. I just saw this from one of the devs of one of my $3 indies. They were asked if they're going to console, and they said maybe. It's really expensive to go to console. Right there. To be fair, there are startup costs to go to different platforms that would hit small developers harder. I'm sure bigger games would also cost more to test, but I doubt it would scale linearly. I don't think it's one-to-one, Jack, but I think it represents the principle that I've always tried to argue. And the principle is very simple. You cannot simply put a game in more places and automatically make more money. That argument is absolutely ridiculous. It is not a guarantee. Generating more revenue doesn't mean you make more money. The game could take longer to come out, be less impressive. You didn't add as many features as you wanted to. It's more expensive. If it takes longer to come out, think about the operational costs of a studio like Insomniac. Okay? Think about the operational costs. Add 1 year to the project. Just one. If they were making Wolverine for more than the PlayStation 5, if they were making it for PC and Xbox, I think it's fair to say that would add about 1 year. Add 1 year of their operational cost to the budget, and you better hope you make that back, because you just made it way more expensive. Not to mention, as we've heard, it's hard to develop features unless you're building for one ecosystem. They'll develop features just for that ecosystem. They'll squeeze everything they can out of the game. There's a reason that like a PlayStation exclusive lands at such a high degree of quality and really cool feature stuff, because they're building just for that platform. Developers have spoken to this time and time and time again. This is why the argument that exclusives are anti-consumer, no, they're not. Yo, what's good, Rissick, with 8 months over there on Purple? I get a better quality product when they're able to focus development like that. It's not this one-to-one where like, well, if it's only in one place, that's anti-consumer. It's like, no, I get a great product. You're just not willing to buy it. You're unwilling to buy it. That doesn't mean it's anti-consumer. I get a great product. Yote was amazing. Part of the reason it was amazing, they were able to develop for one platform and really focus the development and squeeze everything they could out of the PS5 and the PS5 Pro, and I got a great product. So I bought something and was very satisfied with my purchase. Your unwillingness to buy a PlayStation's your own choice. That doesn't make it anti-consumer. It's your choice as a consumer. Unless Ringer is after 2:30, I won't be able to listen to that conversation. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, I don't think he was being a troll. What do you think about the new Zelda leaks? Oh, I haven't seen them. What are they saying? Did that happen just today? I haven't seen anything in my feed. I haven't checked the feeds today. But up to today, I haven't seen anything about Zelda. Oh, the movie? Are you talking about the movie or are you talking about the game? Nintendo took 40 years to give us a Legend of Zelda movie. I made this in 5 days on a $300 budget. It looks like a $300 million blockbuster. No, it looks like AI slop. Let's see here. I'm not seeing anything. Zelda leak? Oh, thank you. Sven found it. Let's pull this up here. Yeah, it looked like AI. It didn't look like a $300 million budget movie. It looked like trash. Okay. It had that soulless, like, vacant mannequin look on their faces. It didn't look good at all. Gaming Bible says, Legend of Zelda Switch 2 new game leak unveils new feature. Okay. The upcoming Legend of Zelda game could make jumping between dimensions a major part of its gameplay loop. The news comes from a recent episode of an Xbox Era podcast in which one of the hosts detailed exactly how cross-dimensional features will be implemented, with information supposedly coming from an inside source. The game will supposedly be running the same engine as the last two games, only with some bespoke technical improvements designed to take advantage of the increased power of the Switch 2. Given how puzzle elements have always been pretty prominent in the Zelda series, traveling backwards and forwards between dimensions could really open up possibilities in that regard for the developer. Yeah, that could be really, really cool. Yeah, that could be really, really cool if they do like puzzle solving and shrines and stuff with a time element. That would be awesome. Something about revolutionary gameplay mechanics. We multiversing? Yeah, I don't know. I could see it being more of a time element. Like, they could give Link the ability to, they could give Link the ability to travel through time or go back and help himself, like a past version of himself or something. Like, that could be really cool. A little exclusive preview of Xbox's 2026 is coming up shortly, says Jez. Jez, when are we getting the Dev Direct announcement? Okay, hang on. What to expect from Team Green? Does he know? Let's see. Here we go. Yeah, the January Xbox Developer Direct, which has become annualized. While I'm not sure exactly what will be shown this year, it seems the four-pillar franchises seem highly likely, although I've heard one of Microsoft's more intrepid teams may be ready to show off what it has been baking. Baking is italicized. What could he be talking about there? Is he dropping a hint? A new StarCraft shooter could be revealed at BlizzCon 2026. Let's see. Blizzard will reportedly reveal the unannounced StarCraft shooter from Far Cry's former boss later this year. Well, that could be freaking awesome. Dormammu, I've come to bargain. Clockwork Rev. Yeah, I would love to see some raw gameplay of Clockwork Revolution. Man, oh man, would I love a release date. You know what I mean? Okay. Troy Baker says creatives shouldn't demonize AI as it cannot create art. Yeah, it seemed like he was taking that kind of Darwinistic approach as well, to being like, hey, it won't survive if it's crap. It's been 87 years. Yeah. On the StarCraft game, for sure. For sure. Isn't it 84 in the Titanic movie? It's been 84 years. That's right. That's right, boys. I'm still waiting on Judas. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if we're going to hear anything anytime soon, man. They've been awfully quiet. I'm wondering when Highguard's going to say something. Nadeshot drops a Bible on Arc Raiders on what they need to do to stop the cheaters. If Clockwork Revolution is announced for this year, it will instantly become my most anticipated game. I think they've got a pretty full year. I mean, obviously, we don't know what... Fable is the one that I think is the biggest question mark, but hopefully we see it at the Dev Direct. You don't think Highguard says anything until launch? That's an interesting strategy. Bold strategy, Cotton. We were the laughing stock of the Game Awards. We think going completely quiet until launch is a good idea. Right? Okay. We'll see. We will see how that pans out, boys. Highguard ain't launching. Yeah, it's my current opinion that after what happened at the Game Awards, they're in a bit of a panic. They are in a bit of a panic. I think right now the question is, we have three options before us. We launch, and we just see what happens. We delay, which is tough, or we cancel. I think those are their three choices. See my question? Did I miss it? Oh, did you actually submit a question? I've not been using it because we got into the thick of it today, and I didn't even mention it. Here's Mikey's question. Guys, this is something you can do as a sub or a member. You can submit questions and have them pop up like this. It doesn't have to be a question. It could just be your opinion. Okay? All right. He says, did you see the mysterious countdown timer on Amazon's official website for the Fallout TV series? It unlocks the finale of Season 2. Could this be Fallout 3 or New Vegas remake? What do you think? No. If it's on Amazon's official website, no. You submitted it at like 9 a.m.? Well, you're a patient man. No. I would imagine if Amazon's doing it, it could be, maybe it's going to be a spin-off series. You know? I don't know. Maybe they could do a spin-off series with Fallout. I don't know. If Amazon's doing it, I don't know if it would be a game. I feel like that would be somewhere else. I feel like that would be on like an Xbox page or a Bethesda page or something. You're here all day? Well, I appreciate it. If you guys watch all day and support to that degree, I appreciate it. Make sure you're always doing the ritual of hitting like, periodically say something in chat, put an emote or something. That help out us significantly. And we appreciate you guys so much. Purple has sent individuals that were affected by the payout information exploit. Okay, yeah, some people got their accounts hacked. Looks like they hopefully fixed it. id Software could be returning to Quake. We got a ton of stuff that we got a ton of stuff we could potentially discuss tomorrow. Starfield on PS5, Fallout 3 remake, and a Fallout series finale. I don't think they would use the finale of Fallout to announce Starfield. Fallout New Vegas remake is coming, it is claimed. Insider Gaming is reporting that. PlayStation 6 needs no games. We're going to be playing Gears E-Day, Halo, and Forza on the PS6. Why are you talking about the PS6? You can be booting up Gears of War E-Day in 3 years? 2 years? Whenever it comes out. I think it's coming out in 2028, but aren't you going to play Gears of War E-Day this year on your PS5? Yo, what's good, Soul Train? How are you? Just doing my part. Listen, you guys, I mean it. If you lurk and listen, periodically saying something in chat, spamming an emote, making sure you hit like, that is super, super helpful. Nice t-shirt. Thank you. Well, why are people doing this? Grok is straight up trolling people when they're like doing the whole like take the person's clothes off thing. It's trolling people. I don't think the new PS6 got pushed back. I don't think it got pushed back. I also don't think it was going to land in 2027. I think production starts in 2027, and they were targeting a release, but I think that was always a flexible date. I think 2028 was always more likely. I could be wrong, but that was always my take on it. Was they were gonna stretch this gen. They were. Yeah. What are we doing here? Let me look at the time here. Well, we've been going for 4 hours, and this is as we promised, a longer stream than usual. Usually around this time of day, once things kind of start to slow down, we make our way to Green Room. That is a members-only segment that we now do in the Discord. Again, if you want further explanation, I'll explain it in Green Room, but we are no longer doing members content on YouTube at all until they fix it. Even Madam's stream on Friday night, that'll be for members in the chat, but that will be a stream that anybody can watch. We'll have a react to gaming news and play fun segments, and you guys can unlock that when we hit the weekly goal. So if you want a further explanation as to why the change happened and why we're back on Twitch again, I will explain that in the Green Room. We don't like hijacking the show for that kind of thing. Okay. How would I look as a chipmunk? About the same as I do now. Kojima's mad he didn't win for Death Stranding 2, so he's working fast and hard on Fizzent. Do you like longer stream days? Is it 9 a.m. is when we started today. I feel like you guys responded well to that, and that's kind of the point. I like giving you guys more content. It's what I like doing. It really simplifies it for you and for me. So I enjoyed this today. Wasn't Kojima upset that people liked his game too much? He's like, I don't want people to like my game that much, so I made some changes. And and then he doesn't win the awards, and he's like, wait, hang on. I didn't mean that much. I didn't want people to not like my game that much. I take it back. King M'Baku of Wakanda. M'Baku and the Thing are interacting in Avengers Doomsday. I love Winston Duke. I think they've completely underutilized him as M'Baku. I think he needs to be given a prominent role. I firmly believe he could have made an excellent replacement, and it could have created a great dynamic and a lot of great comedy. Stream was a big W today. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. I had a good time. You guys really, like, the vibe was great. Combos were great. The chat was buzzing. We reacted to a bunch of content, and if you come back later, the timestamps will be there to make it really easy for you. I like doing that for you. Because you pull up a 4-hour-long stream, you might not want to watch the whole thing. You might want to go to specific segments. I enjoyed today's stream. Well, make sure you guys have your notification bell set to all. It's been switching it to personalized for a lot of folks. Make sure that that hasn't happened to you. That way you guys can see me every day. Conformity gate? No, it's fake. It's fan made. The conformity gate thing, yeah, I'm pretty sure it's completely fake. Enjoy the call in, something different. Oh yeah, I loved doing that with Ginger. I love being able to pull somebody in on the mic. That's really, really fun. Do you do streams daily? Yeah, Monday through Friday. Yeah. 9 a.m. to sometime in the afternoon, Eastern time zone. The guy from F1 is all but confirmed as the new T'Challa. I think enough time has passed if they want to recast him. Well, they can't recast T'Challa. Huh? How are they going to recast T'Challa? They eulogized him in the dadgum movie. Wouldn't he be a different character? To take up the mantle? Black Panther 2 was a big swing and a miss. Yeah, it was I thought it was terrible. I thought it was absolutely awful. Like it was up there with Love and Thunder. Did you completely leave? For about a week. We got the Killer Instinct. We got the Purple Channel back in April of last year, and we streamed almost the entire year on both platforms. And then we felt like maybe it was hurting us, so we kind of took a week off and only streamed on YouTube. And we discovered that wasn't the issue. The issue was members content. So we made an adjustment, and the benefit to you guys is longer stream, and I'm now back on both platforms. It was cheeks, appreciated the effort, but the execution was not there. Yeah. They're going to hand wave him back to life. Yo, what's good, Sketch? How are you? If you guys are just tuning in, you haven't done so yet, hit that like button. We're probably going to be going to Green Room in the Discord shortly. You're in the minority. You like Black Panther 2? Go for it, man. Thanks for the great content as always. Thank you, Gentle Killa. I appreciate it. Double check and see if you guys have a Prime to use or renew. You can use that on me, and it supports me. Also, if you're on YouTube, hit that $sign. That one will tell you if you have a renewal up. If you decide to join, make sure you pick Member Plus. I like the thumbnail. Thank you. You submitted a question. Weapon submitted a question. This is a perk of being a member, a patron of the channel. Do these have to be relevant to the topic? No. If not, I have a suggestion for a game you should check out. If not, ignore the rest. Okay, I'll ignore it. I'm just kidding. Stolen Realm. Turn-based game, Divinity Light, kind of. You're going to have a really hard time getting me into a turn-based game. You're going to have a hard time. Okay, it's co-op. You have my attention. Okay, is this something that I can play on console, or is this PC only? Epic simultaneous turn-based combat. No class restrictions. Limitless builds. Over 700 unique items. Conquer tactical battles. This is probably I bet you it's PC only. Wait, 6 players. Wait, is this a PvP game? Or when you say co-op up to 6 players, is that what you're saying? I think it's only PC. Is this the people that made Soulstone Survivors? I was just going to say that, Zoob. I was like, the character design in this and the weapons and stuff really, really reminds me of Soulstone Survivors. Burst of Flame Entertainment. No. They've made Armored Evolution in 2019. They really, really look... Yeah, it's very, very similar art style. Oh, Ball Pit's so good, isn't it? All right, Stolen Realm... PlayStation. No, it doesn't look like it. Stolen Realm. Xbox. Yes. You Xbox boys can play it. It has a 3.8 on Xbox. So a weaker score on Xbox for some reason. The PC version just got a Diablo-type update. No turn-based, just killing waves of enemies. People were saying they wanted that on Xbox, apparently. Anti-consumer. Yeah, it's not on PlayStation. That's anti-consumer. Why are we rioting? That's such an excellent question. You know, we should just be rioting more often. I think we should find something every day to riot about. You know, I don't know. There's got to be something to just be perpetually angry about. Ain't that the usual case for scoring on Xbox compared to others? There's a handful of causes whenever I go to the Xbox store, like why it feels like things score lower. A lot of the times, it's all the PC reviews are bad. So, like, it'll have perfect scores on console, and then whatever version they got in the Xbox marketplace on PC, everybody's complaining about. It's really unfortunate because it pulls the game's score down, and it's not for reasons that, like, matter to the console user. But it's a thing. There's also the Game Pass factor. Like Lies of P, its lowest score is on Xbox because it was on Game Pass. So a ton of people, tried it, didn't like it, gave it a bad score. You know, if you're not on Game Pass, that ain't gonna happen because people are only gonna buy a game like that if they're pretty confident that they're gonna like it. You know, the average person's not dropping $60 on a Souls-like just to see if their mind has changed about the genre. They're not doing that. So that's not a slight against Xbox players or Game Pass. That's just the reality of what happens when you let people try a game that they probably aren't going to like because it's outside of their wheelhouse, you know. I wouldn't do that, by the way. If I tried something and didn't like it through the PlayStation trial, I'm not going to go give it a low grade unless if I don't like it because it's glitchy, buggy, or low quality, then I'll go give it a bad score and be like, I'm trying to warn other consumers. But like, if I tried something out through a trial, like something like Dispatch, and I'm like, yeah, this just isn't for me. I don't really like these kinds of games. I would never go give it a bad score. I do think Lies of P is a little bit different. I think some people were like, not necessarily giving it a bad score because they're like, I don't like these kinds of games. They were probably mad. You know, I got to the swamp monster and I quit. I didn't give it a bad score though. But like, I think when somebody's mad because the game's hard, they're going to be maybe more prone to do it. Killer Instinct, thank you so much for 7 months. Thanks for using your Prime over there on Purple. 162. Let's try to end the day at 200, man. We can do it. Let's scramble here. On YouTube, if you guys have a renewal, sometimes you have to hit the $sign to see your renewal. Wheezy says, like, I left a negative review for Jedi Survivor and refunded it. That's exactly what you should do. It's a shame your refund makes your review not count, but very rarely do I leave reviews for games. I return it unless the performance. Yeah, I think that's totally a fair way to do it. You shouldn't be allowed to do a review unless you bought the game. Yeah, that's difficult. That's difficult because the way that it views it, that game is in your library, right? If you have Game Pass, you know, that game's in your library. So they're going to let you review it. I don't know. I kind of agree, but not sure. Wait, what's Ecstasis saying here? Rumor, Fallout 3 and Fallout New Vegas will receive remastered treatment similar to what Oblivion got. They are planned releases. Dates are unknown. Isn't there something that's going to be at the developer direct? It's like green is the theme color. It's like it's going to be a really big announcement. I wonder if that could be something with Fallout. I associate Fallout with green, the color green. Here's the official statement from the Splitgate devs. I didn't read through this. Steam charts don't measure fun. They show one number on one platform at one given moment. They don't show the full picture of what it feels like to actually play, and they definitely don't capture the community that's actively helping shape that what Arena Reloaded is becoming. including upcoming content like Arena Royale. Over the past 6 months, we've rebuilt Splitgate from the ground up because we believe in the game, our team, and the community. The 1047 team remains committed to delivering the best version of Splitgate possible. To our amazing community, thank you. Your feedback and passion have helped make Arena Reloaded better every day. And everyone who hasn't played yet, Arena Reloaded is free. The game plays the best it's ever been, and we'd love for you to jump in and form your own opinion. A lot of passionate people worked very hard on it. Take that for what it's worth. I'm not trying to crap on the game. I just don't think a game like that is, I just don't think a game like that has any longevity. Old Modern Warfare 3 is green too. Yeah. I don't know if that's going to be it. I don't know if that's going to be the call. The one platform thing is accurate. I mean, yeah. That's true. Splitgate could be kind of crushing it on console, but I have severe doubts that that's happening. You know, it could have a better player base on console. I think Steam is a barometer. I think Steam has always been a barometer. It's not the arbiter. It doesn't define success, but buddy, it can certainly indicate a lack of it. And when you have that level of engagement and drop off in the first game, and then you have that level of engagement now, I don't know, man. I don't know. I think it's definitely a barometer that represents interest. Yep. That's my take on it. Arc Raider solo is still the best way to play. I want to see why did we land on that video in particular. Oh, Lucci was streaming an hour ago. For whatever reason, we got like a crazy suggest on his stream. I thought maybe, I was like, oh, did somebody, we had such a surge of people. I thought maybe somebody pulled the stream up and like told people to come hang out or something. It literally looked like we were getting raided. Yeah, for whatever reason, Lucci's pretty big content creator. For whatever reason, we were getting a pretty high suggest on his stream. That's pretty cool when that happens. You know, get to meet new people. It's been pretty dead now. They're bringing back the Battle Royale mode. The funny thing is, the Steam numbers were 100 times. They'd be parroting how great the numbers are. Steam numbers aren't convenient unless they show what you want them to show. For sure. I agree with that. They would 100% be celebrating them if they were high. Right? We have no idea, but Halo was doing okay on Xbox while Steam was crap, and Splitgate definitely doesn't need the base that Halo did. For sure. They could be getting a satisfactory amount of people, you know, to justify continuance, updates, changes, things of that nature. I don't have confidence in that style of game anymore. Like arena style. I just don't. I don't know. I don't think they're timely. I don't know. 2/3 of Helldivers at launch were on Steam. There's a report that Microsoft's about to lay off 11,000 to 22,000 employees. Appreciate the heads up, King Deuce. That was covered about 4.5 hours ago when I opened up the show. Sadly, any news is old news in this environment. We always appreciate you guys bringing it to our attention. If you see something, find something, let us know. Throw it in the Discord, throw it in chat. There's no harm in it, but yeah, we did cover that already. The devs don't know how many people are in their games. They don't need Steam numbers. Again, I'm going to come back to barometer. Yeah. Lead comms at Microsoft calls today's layoff rumors made up, speculative, wrong. Well, so Frank Shaw, who is the lead communications for Microsoft, says, don't check this site often. Best to try to reach me other ways. Interesting. Anyways, Microsoft's considering massive layoffs in January. Okay. As AI costs rise, worker reports point to Azure Cloud Teams Xbox unit. Okay. Jez says false on the Xbox side. Frank says 100% made up or speculative, wrong. This could age very well. This could also age very poorly. I mean, if they're not going to do any, and if it's not going to be significant, then great. I don't know. That's interesting that he even responded to it, to be quite honest with you. Shroud says, this might be my last day playing Arc Raiders for a very long time. Embark has zero control over their game right now. He says he might quit Arc Raiders due to how bad cheaters have gotten. Yeah, cheaters in a game like that are doubly worse because you're not just going in and getting killed and having to re-queue. You're losing stuff. You know? Why would they publicize their layoffs? They laid off tons of people last year. Did they think that we're dumb? I mean, he could be saying that, and then they end up laying off less people. You know what I mean? Like, he could be like, well, this is wildly speculative and made up. And then they lay off 5,000 people. So, like, half of what people speculated was the floor. Okay. It still happened, right? I mean, we'll see. We'll see, but yeah. Yeah, Mouse PI. Yeah, I'm hoping that they hit their date. I'd love to even get review access to that game. That game looks really, really fun and really, really good. Really excited about it. So, silent layoffs? What do you mean silent layoffs? I'm not sure what you mean by that. Okay, what you guys are going to want to do is you're going to want to make sure that your membership is up to date or that you're at Member Plus. Make sure you have a sub up to date and then get into the Discord. Use that Discord command, ! Discord, or you can go to discord.gg/reforgetv. Also remember that the coffee's on sale right now. If you're a coffee drinker, our light roast and medium roast is like $10.95 a bag, which is cheaper than it should be, but you can help us move through the inventory. You can get great coffee at a huge, huge discount. Go to reforgeroast.com, or you can use the link in the description below. And yeah, thank you guys for a stellar day. And seemingly, I hope you guys understand the changes that were made. If you have more questions about it, that's a great reason to be in the Discord. I can give more in-depth answers on why we're no longer doing members content. Most of you already kind of understand it and get it. If you've been paying attention to YouTube at all in 2025. So if you want more of an explanation, I can give you that in Green Room. We don't like having that become what the show is about. So today I think was a really great time. I'm going to go add timestamps to this. So if you're at the tail end here and you want to circle back and watch some of the segments and reactions, I'll have those timestamps in there shortly. And that's something that I do for you guys, okay? So use the Discord command. Always remember you can support me in both places, and thank you so much for doing that today. If I don't see you in the Discord, I will see you tomorrow. And don't forget, tomorrow is the New Game Plus event. It's at 4 p.m. Eastern in the afternoon. We will be co-streaming that and that should be a really good time. It's just focusing on games. All right? Thanks so much. On your way out, hit the like button, and thank you guys for a stellar day. We will see you in the Discord, or I'll see you tomorrow.